the reigning, defending champion of the world, Mark J. Williams.
The ovation I got when he went out, it was just the loudest that I've ever had at the Crucible. It was brilliant. You know, it was one of the best feelings ever. It was absolutely unbelievable. You know, that's what it's all about for me now, my family, and for them to be there, you know, because they don't get to experience it that much, and, you know, that's brilliant, looking up and seeing how they're clapping away.
The first century of this World Championship coming up, as by the defending champion. It's been an immaculate break.
So the defending champion is through, and if you're still in it, you can win it.
Getting past that first round is the hardest in the Crucible. I would have thought I could win it last year. Can lightning strike twice? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Good afternoon, a very happy Easter to you. It's another gorgeous day here in Sheffield on the opening weekend of the Betfred World Snooker Championship. Our defending champion, Mark Williams, came through in solid style last night. And this afternoon, another one of the 8 world champions in this year's draw, Shaun Murphy, takes centre stage. And Shaun, the magician, is hoping to make some very bad memories of a torrid season simply disappear.
To have won all 3 Triple Crown events and be only the 10th player in the history of the sport to have that coveted title is something that's very, very special. There I was at 22 in 2005, 150 to 1 outsider, completely clueless, and somehow managed to nick the trophy. Winning the UK Championships in 2008 was my second of the 3 Triple Crown event victories. It was a very emotional time of my life and something I remember very, very fondly. It took me 10 years to complete my career Grand Slam, the Triple Crown, by winning all 3 majors. Winning that Masters in 2015 was the highlight of my career so far. In our world, to win the World Championship more than once is something that's reserved only for the very, very best.
Well, Shaun is one of only 10 players to have achieved snooker's Grand Slam. It's the Triple Crown, a clean sweep of all of the majors in this sport, the UK Championship, the Masters, and the world title, which he claimed as a 22-year-old qualifier back in 2005. He really is one of the game's greats. But the magician seems to have lost a little bit of his magic this season. And for all of his experience here, he's taking a trip into the unknown today. The magician's had arguably the most trying season of his 21 years in the game. He's vulnerable and he's no idea what to expect from a rookie opponent he's never played. 19-year-old Luo Hong Hao is already known as the virtuoso. Could have chosen a career in classical music, but he's proving to be equally dexterous with cue in hand. Meanwhile, snooker's hip-hop loving Belgian, Brecel, continues his quest to win a first match at the Crucible. Will it be 4th time lucky at last? But he's got a second session scrap against Tyneside's talented and very game Gary Wilson, who's just a frame behind. We'll see that one to a finish later. And we will share it all in the excellent company of still the 2 greatest performers ever at the Crucible, Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry. Welcome along, guys. Both of you well remember that feeling of pride and no little anxiety, I'm sure, as coming here as defending champion. Stephen, you were commentating on Mark Williams' match yesterday. What did you make of his opening salvo in this year's event?
I was very impressed. I think it's one of the best performances I've seen in recent times from a defending champion in the first round. He went 1-0 down, he didn't score a point, and the next 5 frames were certainly as good as I've seen him play this season. He kind of coasted after that. He lost his concentration a little bit, and at night there was times where he just wanted to get over the winning line and finish the match as early as possible, but generally very solid.
Now, gentlemen, despite the win, there was a bit of a dark cloud in Mark Williams' mind, particularly afterwards. We saw in the press conference afterwards when he was emotional, he was angry about events during the day, and it would appear throughout the season.
They've obviously got some kind of grief with me, whatever it is. You'll have to ask them. There's plenty of them in here now. They're sort of having all this nonsense all through the season, really. And this morning was a bit. Well, I just couldn't believe it. My boy tried to get in. They wouldn't let him in because I used my 2 passes. And he said, I can't have any more. So he said, my missus said, can he go in just to say good luck? That's all. And he said no. Unbelievable.
Background to this is Mark's 12-year-old son, Cian, who was with him as his kind of talisman, I guess, last year. Was with him the whole way. Wasn't going backstage, and I think we've got to say that players now just have 2 backstage passes, and it's up to them who they nominate. Now, World Snooker are actually saying, no, his family was not denied access, but everybody's got 2 passes. You've got to use them judiciously. Rules are rules. Still sounded a bit hurt, though, didn't he, fellas?
Yeah, he did. He's quite emotional over it. And when family's concerned, that can sometimes be the case as well. But saying that something's happened all year, we can only assume that perhaps he feels a bit disrespected as the world champion, that perhaps he's not been put on the big tables on TV enough. Perhaps that's the way. I don't know sure about that. And a couple of incidents have happened recently. There's a game out. His picture's not on the front cover, and the poster that's around at the Crucible.
Has he become a diva?
Well, he may have become
World
a
champion?
diva. We don't know. It's unlikely. It's certainly out of character for Mark
Yeah,
Williams.
very much so.
To appear hurt. So usually he gives it well, and he doesn't really worry about the rest of it. So it's an unusual thing we find ourselves in.
Well, fun enough, I was going to say it takes an awful lot to needle Mark Williams, doesn't it?
Mark Williams would always loved being in the background. He didn't want to be in the forefront of anything. He'd always be just, I don't bother about that. I just go and play my snooker and let everyone else take the publicity. But yeah, it's obviously something's got to him, yeah.
Here's a situation. Your boy, who loves watching, came last year, says, Dad, there's a big poster outside the Crucible. You're the world champion. You're in the top left-hand corner, a little small one. Other players are in the forefront. Perhaps that's what's happened.
Well, I'll tell you what, the other thing is, and you guys know this, if you've put together a winning run and you're doing the same things, now Cian was absolutely integral part of that last year, and perhaps this was the same thing that was going on. He wanted to try and replicate it. If it doesn't happen, that surely, and your experience, that would be the case, it must get you slightly edgy.
Yeah, go back to, he wouldn't normally be bothered by things like that, but I think sometimes a little bit of common sense. I mean, just letting his boy to come and say good luck, Dad, before he goes out. I think there has to be a bit of leeway there. That, you know, you're not giving him a pass to be there the whole time, but at least letting him in there to say, you know, good luck today, I hope you play well, kind of thing. I think there's got to be a bit of common sense there.
OK, I'm sure it will prevail. Mark headed home to Wales. He's got his second round match on Friday, and it'll be against either Dave Gilbert or Joe Perry. And Mark says he's determined to forget all about the nonsense. I'm sure he will, and I'm sure Cian will be back as well, and we'll be looking forward to seeing all of them. So we've got our live play to come from 2:30 this afternoon with our afternoon session. But this morning, I'm sure you were watching with Seema on BBC 2 from 10 o'clock. It was the second session of a very interesting match between China's Ding Junhui and Glasgow's Anthony McGill. They were vying to join Mark Williams in round 2 with their second session. Now, when they resumed this morning, Ding was leading 6-3, having made a century en route yesterday. Made another one, actually, a 1-3-4 on his way to what looked like it would be an emphatic 9-6 lead in frame 16. But McGill is fighting back here. We came off here at this point, and McGill did duly take that one to go only 2 frames behind with 3 to play. So all getting a bit twitchy as we head into frame 17. It's McGill, the Scot, 21 points in arrears, and in a bit of a tricky snooker here. Ken Doherty and Dennis Taylor are watching it for them.
He was on the red into the left-hand corner pocket.
Anthony? A little bit harder, same line. Now he's hit the blue.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that could well
Ding Junhui 5.
be the beginning of the end for Anthony McGill in this year's World Championship.
Wow, that's a huge error. There's a lot of margin for error there. Huge mistake. Maybe his last. Still a little bit congested around the black area, so nothing straightforward here. Lots of tension.
1.
Yeah, that was a simple little cannon there, but very effective because it has cleared the pink. The black's also available into one corner pocket, so it's a wonderful
6.
opportunity for the Chinese player to win the match.
7.
And straight away, he's left himself the wrong side of the blue. That's a bit careless. You can still see that little mark on his head there, his forehead, where he hit the slit. It's amazing.
So one good pot here into this right corner pocket.
12.
I think knows the importance of it. If it goes in, it should be a frame winner. Again, a bit of pressure on this. Wow, well played.
13.
Excellent shot. That could be the frame and match winner right there. May not have to play a more difficult shot in this break. Back in prime position now.
Might be slightly hampered here.
20.
So he'll take the other red, the one that he played for. He's hampered with the black, so he'll cut this one back in, and he's got the pink or blue. Hasn't gone far enough this time. He's come up short again. Well, it's making hard work of it. You can see the frustration in his face there. All the way around the houses here. Look at the top spin he got on that.
Well, that's an excellent shot to get it even that far around the table from being so straight on the blue. Still not completely out of the woods yet. He's got a bit to do.
$27.
I don't think he's on the black, so pink into the left center. Just leave the cue ball somewhere where the pink is now. So 59 ahead.
33.
Red, color red will be sufficient. Place in the next round. He's had to work for this.
34.
Yeah, he's made a good battle of this, as Anthony McGill. He's 9-5 down, and then he won 2 in a row, and it was always going to be a long way back for him. But John Way will be feeling much
41.
More comfortable now.
42.
But he has cued well. Wonderful 134 break, 129, so he's in good form. Not that many errors in his game.
49. 50.
Yeah, mightily relieved Ding Junhui. He's had a good battle. Certainly a good test, and it will set him up nicely for his next match in the last 16 of this Betfred World Snooker Championship.
94% pot success rate, that's terrific.
58.
Yeah, I think when he's been in, you know, he's made some good breaks, but it's just a little bit of concentration here and there. But if he tidies that part of his game
65.
up, as I said, it'd be a tough man to stop.
Yeah, I think the green's the only awkward ball to stop him from finishing the match with a century.
72.
Yellow,
70.
a little awkward being off its spot, but shouldn't prove a problem. Now this will be the key to the century if he gets nicely on the
79.
green. Lots of side on it.
81.
That's played nicely.
'84.
We've had 8 centuries so far. It's just day 2.
88.
Always great to finish in style, and that is exactly what he's doing here.
93.
He's done well, Anthony McGill, though. A couple of weeks at Sheffield, won 3 qualifying rounds, but this was just a match too far.
99.
A very classy finish from the Chinese sensation Ding Junhui. He finishes off with his 3rd century of the match, and I suppose it was quite comfortable in the end. And he beats Anthony McGill by 10 frames to 7.
A great win in the first round. I played okay, and it's not bad. Anthony, you know, he's looking for the first win against me. I know he playing not that bad, and still quite hard to win it. And in the end of the match, like 9-4, 9-5 up, I missed about 2 chances to win a frame. I didn't make it, and a bit angry with myself. So in the last frame, I got to make it. So I played so carefully, and yeah, I made it. I'm playing much better than the last few tournaments, and this one is most important. Yeah, fully concentration, and then have a good rest, and just try to enjoy. You know, this everyone's target this title, and then if you just want to target and just want to do it, you're gonna more confuse myself.
Safely over the line. Anthony made a go of it from 4-8 behind, obviously, but 3 centuries and 5 other half centuries. How convincing did he look to you, Steve?
I think impressive again. You know, Mark Williams did a very good job, and I think from Ding's perspective also, it's always dangerous the first round. Best of 19 match seems like a long way, but it can still slip away from you, and it seems very quickly how it can with the pressures that are there at the Crucible. Who's to say? You know, this isn't his year. You know, when we sort of, to some degree, disregarded him.
Absolutely. He's only had 1 quarter-final in the world ranking event and a semi-final of the Masters. It's been a very quiet season for him total, but he's in a really rough quarter. He's in that bottom quarter, so he would face either Trump or Tipchaya in the next round, and potentially, maybe, Ronnie in a quarter-final. It's going to be a rough old road.
Yeah, it's jam-packed, isn't it, that quarter of the draw? And yeah, it's at least you know what you've got to do. You've got to play well, or you're going home. As simple as that.
OK, all right. Well, also on the Crucible bill this morning in that morning session was a really fascinating lineup between these 2 veterans. Now, you got one of the greatest of all time, 4-time world champion John Higgins, now 43 years young, who's graced the last 2 finals here. And the oldest man in the competition this year, 46-year-old Mark Davis, the Sussex pro, who's very much one of the very few players on the game who appears to have John's number. In fact, Davis has won 7 of their last 8 meetings, including in 2 of the snooker majors, here in a first rounder at the Crucible 6 years ago, and at the UK Championship as well, and most recently on Mark's run to the English Open final last October. In fact, Mark actually joked he's in my pocket talking about John, and he really does appear to represent Higgins' nemesis in recent years. Now, some people predict an upset here. Will that transpire? Earlier on BBC 2, they shared the first 4 frames. John had a century, actually, in frame 2. Thereafter, John took 2 of the next 3 to lead 4-3. And we're going to pick them up in frame 8. It's Davis at the table, 13 points behind Alan McManus and John Virgo are your commentators.
this frame and one more in this first session. Someone's bound to have a lead. Depends by how many. John Higgins will be hoping to push on and have a 3-frame advantage, but of course Mark can win the next 2. He could have a 1-frame advantage going into the second session tomorrow. So a lot to play for. One gave that lots of thought and in the end thought it was value. And there's value now.
Six.
Yeah, stunning long pot, and even there, John being clever. Just going to utilise the pink here. Gives him easy access to the next red. He didn't miss a trick, this fella.
$30.
34.
Yeah, it doesn't like the blue. Straightish yellow, deep screw needed. But there's nothing obvious to play for, and I think that's why he's choosing the blue, and he's playing a little cannon. Hoping to try and develop some reds. And he'll settle for that. That was a wonderful shot. Couldn't have hit the pink better. Full in the face. And he's got a couple of reds to go at. That's all you're looking for when you break them open. Just one red, just to keep you going. Obviously, the disadvantage he's got with the red to the left corner, he's going to be running into a second red, and he's not certain about position on the colour. The one to the right middle, hampered.
Yeah, it's awkward, this. And the more pace you inject into this, the tighter the pocket becomes. Played it beautifully. And deserves everything he gets, because I agree with John, that blue into the pack just to push these reds into play was a beautiful shot. Just trying to clear the pink spot just a fraction more again, get this red out the way.
25.
Not even really interested in black at present. Just pick them off around the, in and around the pink spot.
26.
Pink will go to both corners when it respots. Being clever again. I was saying about not interested in the black. He thought, well, let's get rid of this red now, and it just might give me an option farther down the line. Saying about he doesn't miss a trick. That's another one there. He's just
33.
Not so much. It's not a good shot. It's just a correct shot. That's all it is. See,
Depends which order you take the reds. Having taken that one, it just gives them more options. That's what these players are sometimes. They are the real great players of this game, the greedy so-and-sos. All right, having the pink in the open. He wanted the black as well. Already today. Likes of 100, 61, 75. And it looks like for the second time
47
in this match, Mark Davis isn't effectively going to take part in 2 of the frames. He's broken off, and John's did the rest.
48.
You simply can't overstate how important the break-off shot is. That's 2 frames, as I say. Mark's broke off, and he sat out the remainder of the frame.
So just this red to seal the deal.
55. $61. 62. 68. 69.
So it's John Higgins who's going to have that 2-frame advantage. One more frame to be played in this session, and it's going to be a big one. Is John Higgins going to have a 3-frame advantage going into the second session, or just
76.
one? Big difference.
$77. 83. 84. Thanks, John.
No, he'll be disappointed to miss the yellow.
John Higgins, 84.
John Higgins just slipping nicely into gear there, and he re-establishes that 2-frame gap. 1 to play in the session then. It's John Higgins with a 5-3 advantage.
And 2 breaks of 63 in the 9th and final frame of the session means that John will come back tomorrow afternoon with a 3-frame advantage. And it was all very happy news at the table there, but Stephen, very shortly afterwards, some unhappy news for him.
Yeah, I heard that his brother Jason was watching, and going down, he's probably sat on the balcony watching, and on his way down, fell down the stairs and he's hurt his knee quite badly, and apparently had to go to hospital. So, yeah, not a good end to the session.
No, absolutely not. And I'm sure nothing will stop Jason from trying to come and see his brother tomorrow afternoon. Jason, if you're watching, wish you a very speedy recovery. Get back here as soon as you can. Line on John, I think, how he played, Steve, because actually he seems, for a man who said he was an also-ran coming here, to have found a bit of a groove today.
Well, it's a nice thing to do, to have no real form coming into this tournament. Try to prepare for it and actually produce something good, because there's always the worry that you are sort of on the downer all the time. And Mark Davis is a dangerous opponent, so yeah, he'd be pleased with his day's work.
Particularly with the record that he has against him. He really has been his nemesis in recent years, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Steve said the word prepare. Apparently, John, Stephen Maguire, Anthony McGill, they've all got some sort of unit, a purpose-built unit that they put 3 tables in, and John's been practicing apparently a lot harder, which is John's like me. He needs to have the hours in behind him to make him sharp going to the tournament. And he's admitted himself he's fallen out of love with the practice and stuff. So yeah, it could be interesting to see what he does this week. This is 2 weeks, I should say.
Yeah, I actually had a word with a couple of them about this new unit in Glasgow, and I think they believe that you'll see the fruits of their labour starting to appear maybe next season when they start to really put the work in. So maybe we'll prolong all of their careers. We shall see. Now, you two had various nicknames. We'll do the polite ones, shall we? The Nugget and obviously the Wonder Bairn, to name but two. But shall we introduce everybody to the Virtuoso? How's that for a starting nickname? And it's the name given to this man. This is the moniker of Luo Honghao. He's only 19. He's the lowest ranked pro to make it through this year, at number 92. Although don't forget, we do have an amateur in the field as well, and James Cahill. Luo won the World Amateur Championship, in fact, last year, and it was through that he earned a place on the tour as a professional rookie this season. Now, if his career in snooker all goes to pot, he could always go back to his original career plan of playing the piano for a living.
Wow. Lou, I've come to the snooker for the first time, and I heard the music, and I couldn't believe that I was hearing a snooker tournament. I should be hearing this beautiful piano playing. Can I introduce myself? Philip.
Hi, I'm
And
Lou.
Lou, yeah. I've seen you on TV. I've seen your snooker. How do you manage to do both things? How do you feel when you're sitting playing right now?
I'm very nervous because I know you are the very best piano player.
Oh no, come on. Well, I wouldn't say the very best, but you know, if I was playing snooker in front of you, I'd be shaking like a leaf right now. So your snooker is at such a high level, and you manage to have music in you to a high level as well. How did that happen?
I played piano when I was 4 age, very young.
Okay, when you were 4 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I played piano many years, longer than play snooker.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so when did you start to play snooker?
When I was 11.
But when I was a kid, I mean, I wanted to be a snooker player. That was something that
when
I really aspired
when I was
to.
a kid, I wanted to be the piano player.
That's so funny. So do you see any similarities between snooker and piano, or do you feel that they're completely different? Or do you see some things where you learn from one thing and apply it to the other?
Yeah, have a different needs. When I play snooker, always have many information in my head. But when you play piano, empty like this. Because some music very quick, you can't think. I love snooker and the piano both.
Yeah.
So every day I play piano.
Yeah.
Like 1 hour, 2 hours like that.
Yeah, I really thank you, and I really appreciate it. And good luck for the tournament. I'm sure you're going to do well.
He could play his own walk-on music, couldn't he, actually? He's no slouch when it comes to tickling the ivories, obviously. But what do you know about the guy's prowess at the table? Because he's a new boy this season.
Yeah, very little, which is fantastic as an unknown quantity to sort of be coming, get to qualify through those 3 rounds is magnificent. And yeah, it looks like he's multi-talented. I'm absolutely envious of many. I mean, like, he's playing snooker currently. He's very young, and he's also a great musician. It's terrible.
Yeah, you know, he's certainly multi-talented. I know that he made the quarterfinals of the English Open. He beat Neil Roberts, and he gave Ronnie a game as well, actually, so he can clearly play. But how vulnerable is Sean Murphy? A torrid season by his standards, and he's lost 2 of his 3 last first-round matches at the Crucible.
I would suggest very vulnerable. I think if you're looking for possible shocks in the first round or possible seeds losing, this would definitely be up there, because I think Sean is going to be under a real bit of pressure to win this first round.
Do you think he'll be feeling the nerves out there, Steve?
Well, all the top players are vulnerable first round, as we keep mentioning. I suppose to some degree it depends on how his opponent deals with the crucible. And I would imagine Sean will be on tenterhooks to some degree, and that first opening session is a very important one for both.
And that is right now, actually, Steve, because there's a lot to get through this afternoon. We're going to enjoy the first couple of frames, at least, in the company of Lou and Murphy. But we do have a lot to get through this afternoon because we've got the concluding session of the Luca Brecel-Gary Wilson match, which we will get to live here on BBC Two shortly as well. But shall we get things underway with MC Rob Walker? All yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an enjoyable Easter weekend of action we've already had here. The sun is shining in Sheffield, and two big names have already booked their places in the second round of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship, which means four more world-class players are waiting in the wings, poised and ready, here at the Crucible. Please welcome a player bidding for a maiden appearance in the second round here. Came through 3 tough matches at qualifying and won the last frame of the session yesterday with a break of 72 to reduce the deficit. He's very much still in the match. Former China Open finalist, he is poised and ready this afternoon, Gary Wilson. And his opponent, still the youngest player to appear at the Crucible when he made his debut back in 2012. He showed his class yesterday, a break of 1-3-1, helping him to this slender advantage. Former China Championship winner and semi-finalist at the China Open earlier this month, he's hitting form at just the right time. He's the Belgian bullet, Luca Brecel. On table 1, what a story for this teenage debutant. He left home at 13 and toured China with his gran, learning the sport. All the while, fine-tuning his skills as a world-class pianist. His ability has to be heard to be believed. So here he is, walking down these famous steps for the very first time in Sheffield, the virtuoso Liu Honghao. And his opponent, a class act on and off the bays. He made his debut here in 2002 and took the big one 3 years later. Winner of 7 ranking titles in all, and he completed snooker's Triple Crown with that emotional victory at the Masters in 2015. Finalist in this season's Scottish Open, here comes Sean the Magician Murphy.
Oh, he's gone back to Disco Inferno. Fantastic. Well, for the first few frames, the Brecel-Wilson match is on the red button and, of course, online. We will be going to that live here on BBC Two shortly. But first, we're going to watch the open exchanges here on table 1 between Murphy and Liu Honghao, one of the 6 Chinese players at the Crucible this year. Ken Doherty, John Parrott, plenty of ifs, buts and maybes about this contest, isn't there?
There certainly is, Hazel, and good afternoon, everybody. And an intriguing contest we've got.
Thank you, first friend.
Ken Doherty, who's next to me, was wondering whether Lou was going to put a glove on to play, because that's what he has done before, Ken, or does all the time. I've not seen him play before, so news to me, but there it is. The glove is on and ready to go. Well, the glove is on. Will the gloves be off? That's the question. A very bright young prospect this young man is from China. I've read all about him.
And making his debut here, of course. Came through 3 tough qualifying matches. One against Marco Fu, of course. One against Robbie Williams, and his last match 10-8 against Tom Ford.
Well, that tells me he can play. He's come through those matches, certainly in the final one with Tom Ford, because Tom Ford is a proper player. That's a great result. In red from Sean, just hits the jaw, and it's an intriguing contest for Sean Murphy, because, well, he hasn't been cited for a while at the business end of tournaments, and he's much too good a player for that to continue happening. A few things in his life changing. Ken, of course, becoming father for the 2nd time, little daughter, so that's a change to your lifestyle. And of course, he's moved back. He's moved over to Ireland, so he's changed bases, and well, he's in charge of that Players Commission as well. So he's had a lot on his plate, to be honest with you. Considering he's a top 16 player, he could probably just do with a free slate here, forget about everything, and go and play snooker.
Yeah, and I suppose on the other flip side of that, I know he hasn't had a great season, John, but he's come here sort of a little bit under the radar. You could say he's quite fresh. It'd be interesting to see how he plays, but I think it's going to be a tough match for him. And if you play safety shots like that without too much concentration, no matter who you're playing, you're going to be in trouble. You've got to really concentrate on even simple shots like that at this level.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Ken, I was thinking when he left that little tempter show, and it's one of those ones early in a match that might just get you in. It wasn't the greatest safety shot I played, I agree with you, but sometimes when your opponent's a little bit nervous, leaving one of those isn't the worst thing. Can work in your favour sometimes as well. It's a big day for him, that's for sure. I mean, we're talking about Murphy, but he's been here numerous occasions. Take him a little while to settle down.
Yeah, he's a classy player, isn't he, Sean? Great cue action. Wonderful temperament. And of course, a winner of this event. 2005, you can't believe it's gone so quick.
Yeah, he played on the qualifying table next to me that year, Ken. I just kept hearing balls getting smashed in all over the place, and 100, 100, 100, and he came through as he was 150 to 1 shot with the bookmakers and ended up winning the tournament. And well, he's only a third of the price this year, but 50 to 1's big for somebody who can play as well as he can, if he plays as I say, like he can do, because it hasn't been there this season so far. When he gets the stomp on and he walks around the place, and that bounce in his step, you know he's playing well, and he can take some stopping. Big day for both players, but of course a very big player for that young lady there. First time refereeing in the Crucible, Desislava Bortolova.
Oh, well
is
done,
her name.
John.
Yeah. Very big day in her snookering career. All I can say is, Ken, I hope she has a nickname. Be a bit easier.
Yeah, and a very good referee too, she is. Just got to be careful with this. Doesn't want to knock red over the right corner pocket. Just looking to see where he can leave the cue ball without leaving possibility of a pot for his opponent.
Yeah, he can come off the side of this with a little bit of check if he wants. He doesn't have to play that shot, but if he wanted to keep the cue ball down that side of the table, he could. I certainly would have been more tempted to do that than the one he played, but I think it's just about okay. I would have thought if you played with a touch of check, it was taking that shot out of it. Maybe you can get through.
Well, I'm looking down the line, but it's very tight, isn't it? There's not much value taken on the red because you're not exactly sure you're going to be on a colour, so. Not a bad idea to come down this end of the table and have a look. Not dead set on it. You may have to use a little bit of right-hand side. Is he being lucky? Is he on this red? Could have been a lot easier for Sean Murphy.
Yeah, decided to go for it. Thought it was on. Hit it thick because it wasn't straightforward. And Sean can obviously bridge over and pot this, and if the pink goes in the middle, you have some sort of shot. When he's digging down, can he get back up the table? Yes, he can, and that was well cued.
1.
Excellent digging down. And a very good chance.
Yeah, didn't have to go in and out of balk. He can take this red just right of the black. And the black will be waiting for him.
6.
Should he pot this red? Looks like the
7.
black may be tied up. I'm not quite sure where it will pot into the left corner pocket when it's respotted.
I always thought in these opening sessions, Ken, when you play somebody's, particularly for the first time, you've never seen the game before and everything, if you as the seeded player can just stamp your authority on the match very early, makes such a difference. Just takes a little bit of sting out of your opponent. So this opening exchange, first few frames, very important that Sean Murphy impresses on that young man we're looking at.
14.
This is going to be a hard day at the office.
Yeah, completely agree. That shot tells us that the black does pot into this left-hand corner pocket, and he's got a nice angle. He can just stun into the red, just to the right of the black, and beyond the red into the right corner pocket. So this would free up the black spot, as it were. Yeah, nicely played.
$22. 23.
He's looking pretty good. I said it was a decent chance. It's an even better one now. First few shots in this have been excellent. Opened up the black spot. And the way he's cueing, well, that's never in doubt with Sean Murphy. It's as good as anybody's cue action on tour.
30.
And he scores. It's just the occasional lapse in concentration now and again, and sometimes
31.
the odd loose safety shot stops him winning a bit more, in my opinion. I think he's up there with anybody ability-wise. Because he is a scoring machine when he gets going.
Yeah, and nicely
38.
around the black spot now. Just those first couple of
39.
shots. Attacked the black area straight away, cleared it up, and now in prime position.
And I can see, looking at that cue action of Sean Murphy's, he's back working with Chris Henry, his former coach, because
46.
that bridge is slightly shorter than it used to be. A little bit more compact. And
47.
he doesn't half get through the ball well when he plays like that. Watch this bridge hand. Goes in a little bit closer than normal. It's only coming off the cue, but it's a very positive stroke right through the ball. It's looking good.
54.
Yeah, I've just noticed that myself. He's not throwing out as much cue from the bridge to the tip of the cue.
55.
A bit more control on that. Gives him control, but he's got a nice pace about him, hasn't he, around the table? Yeah. Very assured.
And this is where,
61.
as I say, he knows better than I do, but this is where you really need to concentrate. Clear the table here, or do their best to clear the table.
62.
Certainly early on, just keep your opponent off the table. Keep them away from potting a few balls.
His cue ball control has been excellent so far. Just this
68.
red for his opponent to be requiring a snooker, but as you rightly said, John, try and clear the table, or at least stop your opponent coming to the table and
69.
getting to pot a few balls. A little bit straighter than he would have liked on this black. Could take the pink to the left centre if he wished. Just having a look at the red as it opened into the right middle pocket. That shot will tell you that the red does pot, so again, emphasis on
76.
potting this red and making sure of it. Don't let your opponent come back to the table. Oh, nicely played.
77.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Murphy. Very good stuff.
84.
Cue ball's been on a sixpence
85.
for most of it. Lovely pace, tempo round the table. And shots have been hit with great authority, as is the norm when he's playing well. Just a little bit short on that one.
92.
Nice if we could just drop this in and make a century in the opening frame.
93.
Played with lots of left-hand side. Excellent shot. He's got a nice angle on this red. He could
98.
possibly bring the other red out here. Yeah.
99.
Didn't attempt to bring the red out, but he's going to make a century. And a great start from former world champion here. Excellent break. Wonderful. Crucible crowd certainly love it. Century. Hold on. He's not finished yet. He's not finished yet. Excellent shot. How about that for a shot? Certainly one of the contenders for shot of the championship so far. Excellent. What a start.
111.
Absolutely superb, and well,
130.
he can't pot the green, can he? I mean, come on. He's not going to knock this in as well, is he?
You were saying?
Well,
how did you ever win the world championship?
I have no idea. This is hugely impressive. What a start to a match. thought it was a good
125.
chance, but this has been exemplary snooker. Cue ball control, superb. And doing the thing we said, Ken,
131.
keeping the young opponent off the table. Saying to him, you're in with the big boys now. You make a mistake, this is what's going to happen. Wonderful from Sean Murphy. Absolutely fabulous break to start this match. You can't start it any better. And that young man's in for a game this afternoon. If Murphy keeps playing like this, it's 1-0 Sean Murphy.
Just what the doctor ordered for Sean Murphy. And that actually is the highest break of the championship so far, taking over from Ding Junhui's 134 earlier this morning. That's a start, fellas.
Yeah, and as the seed, as the favourite, it's important that you stamp your authority on a match as quickly as possible. We've seen with Neil Robertson's match with Michael Giorgio what's happened. You go to a 3-4-0 lead, and all of a sudden, you know, the other guy's in his chair, he's just desperate to get a frame, and it just becomes harder and harder. He went for a few. You know, Hung Hao there, a few speculative shots, got away with 2 or 3, but in the end it cost him.
It did, and Sean Murphy is so in need of confidence this season. It's been a really torrid time. He's dropped from world number 8 and he's provisionally 14. It has been an absolutely terrible season from his perspective. He'd be the first to admit it. He needs a run here.
Yes, so there's 2 ways you do that. You try and get your mind right, you try and play yourself into some form, or you do some technical changes. And as John and Ken correctly identified there, he's shortened his bridge up quite drastically as well. So he's playing with effectively less than a 12-inch bridge, I think, on most normal shots, around perhaps 12 inches, which some of the top players play with a lot longer. Without going into too much detail, we could do that perhaps in the interval or something like that. That'll make him more accurate at potting balls, and he'll have better control of the cue ball in amongst the balls. And he looks effective already. I think it's a great move. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Sean Murphy already.
OK, he's conjured something very special to start us off, lads.
Yeah, and the key to this, by the way, this bridge hand shot, it's not effective. His backhand is in exactly the same place. He's basically just moved in, gives you an excess of cue just to go through the ball, gets you through it really well. So the backhand hasn't moved in from any place it was before. It's just the bridge is shortened up. And you should try it at home. It does not make a difference. You really do get through the ball. Oh, that was very close. Is the blue going to come to his rescue? No. Well, he was close with his first pot, but this one was even closer. Wow. That may have gone in yesterday. New cloths. Oh, well, you want to hold your hand up for that one because he didn't play it there, people. Bemused look from Sean, but he'll take it. Well, he's trying to hold for the black into the right corner pocket, but completely mishit it. Been very fortunate. He's even hitting his miss hits good.
8.
Well, you see. 1 red, 1 black. It's a bit early days.
Nine.
Not quite sure what the red directly above the black at the bottom of the pack will pot as well. But he's got a red left or right of the pack of reds as well. Into the left centre or right centre. Yeah, that was a clever way to play it, wasn't it? He's left himself 2 lovely options
16.
there. Yeah, if he hadn't come on the one in the middle there, that red at the back of the bunch, he could play and open them up. So good thinking.
17.
See, that's where he's looking with his cue, just seeing where he can leave it. It's one of those shots you want to leave a little bit low, pot the red, open the pack out a bit more. Oh, well, concentrating on leaving the cue ball low on the red, as you said, John. Took his eye off the pot, and that's systematic with Sean Murphy's game, isn't it? You can look $1 million in one frame and then all of a sudden throws in a loose one.
Just like that. I'll tell you what, this is a big shot. That's his first red of this year's World Championship here at the Crucible. Didn't get the required topspin on the cue ball.
六號後 1。
Just looking at that, he hasn't left a pot there, has he? One of those you could play a run through here, leave the cue ball near the middle pocket. There we go. Oh, it's just come off the cushion, but he had left a shot on. But the way Sean's played it wasn't the best. It was nearly a shot to nothing, that, but the way he played it isn't. Left a chance.
One.
I'm not quite sure he's out far enough for the yellow. Body language was suggested he is. Well, we've got 2 reds to aim for here. Could go into the pack as well. He's going into the pack. How's his luck?
Three.
Not good. This is tricky into the left centre. There you see it. Very tricky indeed. Bit of inexperience there, I feel.
六號後 3.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last couple of shots, really. He had 2 reds available when he came off the yellow. Didn't have to play into the pack there. I know it didn't work out brilliantly, but he was guaranteed on the 2 reds just dropping on them. So he made his mind up to go into the pack. Hasn't worked out any good. And now, since he's left that shot, Sean Murphy just drops this black in. Might be a chance. Problem is, don't know whether that red is covering the spot totally, whether the black will go on there or not. If it goes on the pink, it'd be a lot better for Sean.
I don't think the black is going to spot, so it will go on the pink spot. Now is he on enough of this red into the
8.
right corner pocket? It's very tight. Now you just be able to play it with a little bit of side. He was okay. Didn't hit it hard enough though.
Yeah, he half stunned that, didn't he? Needed to be more topspin there.
I'm surprised he played at that pace though, because he could have hit it a bit harder and still be up for the blue if he wasn't on the black.
To be honest with you, the shot I'm surprised about was the one before. I mean, basically knew that the black was going to go on the pink spot from where he was. He could have just played on that loose red on the spot. Anyway, he hasn't, but he's just pulled out an absolute cracker of a recovery shot. The left that didn't it looked. Good chance this.
Yeah, that was an excellent putt, as you said. Good sign for Sean Murphy and his fans when he's knocking those in off the rail. May try and get on this red. It's on the black spot. Could play on the black into the centre if he wished. And just leave a nice little angle. And potting the black, he just nudge the red just below the black. And bring another red or two into play here. Just a little tiny little nudge. Well, could have played that a bit harder. Making sure of the black. He's still okay, he's in good position, but he not quite sure where the bottom red now pots. He's building up a nice lead.
31.
Obviously the bottom red pots in this cluster of 3.
38.
And once he pots this, that'll open up the other 2 reds. So no great difficulty here. Just keep control of the cue ball. And it should be 2-0. So he didn't get punished for the mistake he made earlier when he missed the black off the spot. And a little bit of naivety from his opponent in shot selection, I think. Because of that, he's going to find himself 2-0 down pretty quickly.
46.
Yeah, crowd acknowledged that's frame ball. I don't think Sean has finished just yet.
No, and he shouldn't be finished just yet. That's the other thing. You know, we sit here for hours and hours, Ken, watching these matches. And you see players think they're over the line and they relax on, you know, the next ball. Once they pot it, you think it's all over, miss it, and then they have 20 minutes, half an hour playing snooker. So to save all that aggravation and use up all that mental energy, just make sure you don't miss. And your opponent comes back and gives you all that aggravation. Just get the frame well and truly won.
Yeah, but for that
59.
Casual miss on the black early part of this frame, he's looked imperious. Sean Murphy here.
60.
Possibility of another century here. Black makes it 67, still 35 left on the table. And what a start.
67. 68.
Maybe it's something that he has been working on, John, that you spotted about that shorter bridge.
Quiet, please. 75.
Looks to be in
77.
complete control of what he's doing out there. Needs a good run in this year's World Championship. He's had a very poor season by his own standard and his own admission.
80.
Yeah, there's no better place to turn it around than here, that's for sure. You get enough frames to play yourself
84.
in.
'89.
So
95.
Black for another century, 2 in a row. And Sean Murphy, it's there. Excellent break from the former world champion. He now leads by 2 frames to 0.
A fine start from this man, the magician, Sean Murphy. 102, follows up a 138, and that 138 in the opening round ties Sean Murphy's highest ever break at the Crucible. He did it in 2005 on his way to the title, and in 2015 on his way to his third final where he lost to Stuart Bingham. And those are very positive and encouraging signs for this man, Stephen.
Very much so. He's very much a confidence player, Sean Murphy. He doesn't win many matches when he plays badly. He's not like a Mark Selby that can win ugly. So it's very good signs for him.
Confidence is exactly the key here. And from this young Chinese player's point of view, the worst possible start, you've got to say.
Yes, it's all about Sean Murphy at the moment. It's irrelevant if the other guy's sitting in the chair. And from Sean's perspective, obviously, if he has made this decision, and I don't know when he decided to do this, to shorten his bridge up, and quite a drastic shortening up of his bridge on the normal shots. I don't know if it's happened sort of, as a result of bad form and then all of a sudden trying it out just for this tournament. But it's great when it works. So therefore, he'd have been practicing with a shorter bridge. He'd have been getting positive results, encouraging enough that it's actually worth carrying on with. But it's still nice to have the confirmation that in a match it works. So therefore, he'll be in a good frame of mind currently.
Sure is, and he'll be in a great frame of mind at the start of frame 3 after that.
1.
Yes, Hazel, and he started off again in frame 3. Lovely long pot. Obviously, slightly longer bridge with that one because the cue ball was near the cushion, but he really is hitting it beautifully. Yeah, he's worked with Chris Henry as coach before, obviously, and Chris is a big advocate of what's going on with that bridge hand.
4.
So I don't know whether he'd gone away from it for a while and they've just gone back. He's definitely used it before, Sean, but anyway, at the moment, that's what's in operation.
Turn the sound
you can't
off,
argue
please.
with breaks of 138 and 102. Superb cue ball control on top of that. You might as well just give it him when he's got the rest in his hand as well, because
5.
he is the best player with the rest. Yeah, nice shot there. Pink into the left centre. He'll be trying to get on the red above the black now. Red should pot into this bottom right-hand corner pocket.
Just a second, Sean.
Pink won't go on its spot, so goes directly in line with the black and the top cushion here, behind its spot. As close to those reds as
11.
possible without touching.
Sorry, Sean. Sorry. Blue is all.
Well,
Sorry.
the blue spot is available. We didn't even notice that ourselves.
11.
Well, no problem there. Nice to get the first mistake out of the way. There's no problem at all. Everybody makes them.
Well, thankfully, she noticed it in time.
I still wind Michaela Tab up occasionally about one of the incidents she had with picking up the green one time, because she just never seemed to make a mistake.
19.
Such a good referee. It can happen. Lots of concentration for the referees as well.
20.
Doesn't have to go into the pack here, but may do. It's got a nice angle on the black. It's just gonna awry slightly.
27.
Yeah, he just got that first red too thick, didn't he? The one he screwed into. And because he got that thick, it flicked off the back of the pack. It was 50-50 about playing that shot, really. Decided to go, and it's not worked out. So Surely a safety shot.
Shamrock 27.
Yeah, would you have played it that way? Well, I think he was a little bit fearful if he left the cue ball up and down the right hand side of the table and balked that this red was on for a free shot. So and good pace. Free ball. He's got to be a little bit careful with this red he's going to contact. There's two reds below. It's in a plant towards the corner, not directly for the corner, but you can knock one over. So he got that nice and thin. Not the best return, but didn't stick one. No, he's left Sean Murphy special. This is what he's known for, laser-like cue action. Well, this is the real test, aren't they, John, for the bridge hand here. It's okay when you're in close. These are real testers of the cue action. Yeah, decided to play the run through there, and I thought it was a stun run through he was going to play, but the other type of shot hasn't gone in, so a bit of a chance here, and he could do with scoring a few just to settle down. Excellent opening red.
1.
He's okay. He's on green or yellow. Oh, he's got a couple of reds to go at here. Red just beside the blue, or the red just above the pink spot. As we see this excellent pot coming off. Two cushions. Lots of left-hand side. Bit of a nervy one that didn't push the cue through freely. And he's come up short. He's still on the red. A little bit more trickier than he would have liked. Good pot. What sort of an angle has he got on the blue? Red that's just above the pink spot. Maybe his next choice here. Also red just at the back of the pack as well. And again, didn't push the cue through very freely there. A little bit of nervousness, but that's understandable. Big match for this young man today. His first time to play here at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield.
9. Blue hole, 9.
Yeah, slight problem here. He's got a little bit of swerve. He's got to get the cover up here behind green or blue, because that red over the left-hand corner will pot. But that's excellent. That's the type of quality safety shot Sean needs to be playing if he's going to have a bearing in this year's championship. To come off side cushion, the other side cushion, and resting behind the two reds that are near the left-hand corner pocket, if he can. That's what he's trying to play on now. Nearly.
Foul. Nice. Jump off 4. Brendan, can we have it?
Yeah, this is something like the line he wants the cue ball to travel to. It's not bad. That's okay. Good shot. Yeah, there's this red pot into the right centre. He's having a look. Maybe the red that's above the black. Maybe on enough of that as well. Could play this red above the black and play the cue ball into the baulk area and play it as a shot to nothing. The red does pot, I'm sure. No, he didn't go for it. How's the cue ball? Needs to run.
Oh, he's missed a trick there. You really should have had him in a lot more trouble there, Sean. It's that cue ball tight on the ball cushion, covers with green and blue. He was in all sorts of trouble. Might be him who's in the trouble now. Yep, that's what you get for not playing the shot right in field.
Yeah, and it's just those casual little shots, isn't it, John, that Sean Murphy will throw in every now and again. I mean, he had a big target behind that green and blue. Simple shot. He's only coming off 2 cushions.
But it's always unforced, Ken. That's the problem. Is it when he's got a problem to come out of? He's pretty good. He's okay with that. It's just when there's nothing on it. It doesn't seem to be. It doesn't register as important for whatever reason. Because he stuck himself right in trouble there with that shot he played. And unfortunately for him, when you play the Selbys and the Higginses and the Robertsons and players of that quality, you get severely punished for it. Mind you, we'll settle for that.
Yeah, that's not a bad outcome. Once again, if he doesn't wish to have a go at the red into the bottom right-hand corner pocket, the one just right of the black on the cushion, it's a tough pot. If he refuses it, he's still got that big target behind green and blue again. Not so good this time.
Here's an attacking shot for you. And near the pink spot. Not really very close by Sean's standards, that one, but decided he didn't want to carry on with safety anymore. That was the one he was taking on. And this is one of those situations I mentioned earlier. Looks like a good chance, this, but if Lou doesn't knock it in, he could be losing the frame. I just sensed that was one of those shots. And you can see he's not settled down. And it looks like it's a gimme on your screen, but it's not. And particularly when you're 2-0 down. And the opponents had 138 and 102 in 2 visits. I could see that being a bit of trouble there.
One.
Sean well up in the 90s there, 94% pot success, only 50 for Lou. And once again, very important. Sean
7.
scores heavily off this opportunity. He makes it 3-0 as quickly as possible.
Eight. $15. $16.
May play pink into the right centre as opposed to the black. Just not a nice angle on the black. All the while, just having a quick glance at the scores.
22.
Two reds, two blacks, being off, but I can't take a black with that red. So.
23.
Go on then, Ken, what are you playing here? Well, you may play down, stun into the middle red of the tree, just below the black. If you can stun into that one, it could be on a red into the left corner and a red into the right. But he may just play for the loose one here. He's played it well. Yeah, he's played into the same area we're talking about, hasn't he? He just hasn't played the cannon, but it's exactly the same area we're talking about. Gives himself 2 options. I think if he had played that a little bit harder, yeah. You know, he's on that red and he's opened both reds then into both corner pockets.
$30.
So just this red away, you would think, from being 3-0 ahead.
37.
Pretty comfortable afternoon so far for the 2005 champion. Opponent not settled down at all. Odd chances he's had, he's looked a little nervy. Cue ball hasn't been under control. Tough place to play when you're not really settling.
45.
And if you thought the qualifiers were tough, which they were, came through 3 tough matches
46.
Against classy players, Marco Fu being one of them. Probably most successful of the 3 qualifiers he played. Robbie Williams and of course Tom Ford was the last one. But
Yeah, well.
it's a lot tougher out here in the Crucible. He's finding it tough at the moment. Needs to get a frame to settle down. May not come back to the table. Hold on, the yellow's still going. Still going. I thought he played it in the other corner.
48.
Is it in? Oh,
John
not this
Murphy,
time.
48. And free.
Yeah, Lou says that's enough. He sits in his chair. Tough times for him at the moment, but the former champion marches on. He now needs Lou Long Hao by 3 frames to 0.
Yeah, and it's looking very good for the former champion at the moment. I'm sure many people watching this young Chinese player are wondering about the glove. Hand in glove is a kind of Morrissey affectation, I guess. It isn't uncommon, but we don't see it huge amounts in professional snooker these days, do we, guys?
No, it's more likely that, you know, perhaps where he started playing the game, it's fairly humid sometimes of the year, and therefore a lot of players in the pool world use it for that reason too. But it is uncommon in the snooker world, but again, I suppose because the game is based in the UK to start with, it was never a consideration.
This is something that you've used actually when you've been playing pool in China a lot.
Yeah, as Steve said, you go to a city or go to a club, it is humid and maybe the clubs don't have good air conditioning or something. Your hands do get sticky very quickly, and obviously that's something he's already done.
And it's something clearly that he started with in the game and he feels comfortable with and carries on with it throughout this point.
My favourite story of the gloves was Earl Strickland, the crazy player from the pool world, American player. He decided to wear a glove on his left hand to make it slippery and slidey, and to get more grip he'd have a golf glove on the other hand, which was all very well, but then one shot he turned round and played left-handed.
There's one or two other stories I'm sure we could say. Certain Lance Pibworth comes to mind, actually. John Pratt?
Yes, John.
Yes, gentleman used to play with a glove on. Wasn't doing so well in one of the tournaments, Lance Pibworth, and Joe Davis was sitting on the front row, and well, he's got a little bit deaf then, Joe, and he said rather too loud he'd be better off playing with a boxing glove on. Well, he's left him a shot off the side of the pack here, but this is one you've got to get right. Over the area over towards the yellow and the brown is where Sean would like to leave the cue ball, but you've got to hit this quite hard to get there. Which is what he's done. And if it's behind the brown, it's genius. Unlucky, but still a good shot. Now this is more of a problem. 3 reds are on the left-hand side, are actually blocking the path for the cue ball to come back. There's not much of an area between the cushion and that left-hand red to get the cue ball through. So this is not straightforward for Lou. Can't really drop the cue ball up this end with the 2 reds on the right-hand side available, so got to get this right, Ken.
Yeah, this is the possible angle that he's going to take the cue ball, but it's very difficult, as you said. Yeah, always Well, has he fluked one? Has he fluked one? Oh, almost.
Thank you.
Everything going wrong for him at the moment. And you do feel for him, don't you, John? Because, you know, he's a very talented young player. But it's such a difficult place to play when you don't get off to a good start. You just need to get to pot a few balls just to get his arm going a little bit. And he's just not getting much of a chance at the moment.
Yep. Interested to see what Sean will do here. Sometimes he's a little bit tricky just to control the one over the pocket. So, yeah, he's going to drop the other one in, which is always the best thing to do.
One.
Left it there. At first, he looked like he was getting down and playing the red over the corner there, but it's difficult to control those. But that was really straightforward, and what a chance this is. And this is just concentration here for Sean Murphy. This is an absolutely wonderful chance for 4-0.
8.
Might play the one that he's closest to, the red. Just roll it along the top cushion. Just knock the other red in and leave another red over the hole. Yeah. Perfect.
9.
Could have done with being a little bit straighter on this black.
Could have played it a little firmer, but it's still okay, of course.
Well, it's 2 reds, 2 blacks, and the way the position of the reds are,
16.
I'm sure the magic of 147 will be on his mind. I know there's a red. It's in a difficult position up on the balk area next to the balk line, but this is a wonderful chance. I'll be certainly giving it a go. He's got the red's all in open play here.
24. 25. 32. 33.
Be interesting to see what red he is going to go for. Will he try and kiss into the red that's on the pink spot here? Well, he did, but unfortunately not the full ball cannon.
Yeah, didn't play that particularly well, did he? Still going to be all right on the red itself, but I think end of what you were talking about, Ken.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment in his face, couldn't you? It's a little grimace.
Yeah, I just needed a full ball or 3/4 ball cannon on the left-hand side of that red would have been guaranteed, but not to be. So if it's not on, make sure you concentrate, as we said, and get the frame one. Lovely chance, though. Balls have been like a little practice session the way they were on the table, set up for him. And your cup of tea tastes lovely, Ken, doesn't it, when you've had a nice session like this, 4-0. Your opponent's been frozen out. You're hitting the ball well.
Yeah, it's a case that you don't want the interval to come, do you? You want to stay out there, but
47.
I'm sure his opponent, Lou, will be straight into the practice area, just trying to pot a few balls, get his arm going.
Yeah, he hasn't done a lot wrong, but he's done enough, hasn't he? He's playing against a top-class player who's in very good stroke, and it magnifies your mistakes.
$54.
Even that's just absolutely perfect. And those shots coming up for the blue that look simple, but absolutely wonderful control. He really is hitting it nicely.
59.
Yeah, that's about as one-sided as you could possibly get, these first 4 frames.
60.
Didn't get into the cue ball as much as he would have liked there. Yeah, slightly undercooked it, didn't he? And just getting to that stage where another red in the colour will put the frame done and dusted. It's there.
67.
Don't know where you've noticed, John, as well, that Sean is playing at a more sort of a slower pace than he normally, as you said, he's a bit of a stomper around the table, but he's a little bit more measured this afternoon, taking his time a bit more, and that's not a bad thing. You know, we're here to watch and critique, aren't we? But it's, you know, what, 1 or 2 bad shots he's played in this session. The rest of it's been absolutely wonderful. Really has hit the ball so well. There isn't going to be anyone winning this year's championship who doesn't make mistakes somewhere along the line. It's just part and parcel of the game. It's just trying to keep them to a minimum when you're not in any trouble.
79.
But this is just great scoring, fluent break building, and very difficult to play against. Trying to get in behind the 2 reds for the right centre.
86.
Couple of high-valued colours with these 2 reds will be enough for another century. That will be 3 and 4 frames. He's got it on a string at the moment, that cue ball.
93.
Yeah, there goes the black, and yet another century. 3 in the opening 4 frames of this year's quest to be the world champion again. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, turn up sound.
101.
Your arms will be aching the way Sean's playing this afternoon. No, it's not there. We're only too worried about that. And what a fantastic opening session that is from Sean Murphy. 3 century breaks, and he takes a commanding 4-0 lead into the interval.
Yeah, brilliant play by the 2005 champion, who's had a torrid season to date, but it looks like he's off the launch pad. 3 centuries in his first 4 frames, now 48 in the other one. He looks in complete control, particularly aided, Steve Davis, by this perhaps tweak, this nuanced delivery on the cue action. Just explain what's been happening.
Yes, Hazel, let's talk technical. The length of Sean Murphy's bridge, and I'm talking about the distance between the V of his bridge, not the fingers, the V of his bridge, and to the end of the tip and the cue ball. The tip should be relatively close to the cue ball, not absolutely as close as you can get, but just, you know, just a little bit off. So, a little bit of physics to start with. Let's say you put the bridge, your V, halfway up the cue, like this. If you then move the cue at the butt end a centimetre, the tip will move a centimetre. So what you're trying to do if you're trying to make a straight cue action is make sure you've got no deviation left or right. But obviously you can't put the tip of the cue so close to the ball that you've got no room to pull the cue back. So you've got to find a happy medium, and one that makes it enough room that you can pull the cue back to then generate the pace to hit the ball. So how far is this distance? Well, most club players probably make the mistake of having too long a bridge, and a lot of professionals could possibly benefit from actually having a shorter bridge as well. So on fast tables, you don't need to pull the cue back so far to hit the ball. You don't need to generate more speed. The cloth's fast enough as it is. And on top class conditions, you can have a shorter bridge. John Higgins has also done the same thing. So how short can it be? As long as you're comfortable enough that you can pull the cue back and then generate the speed, you're okay. So There's the cue ball on the baulk line. The D of the baulk line is 11.5 inches. Put your V on the baulk, on the circle of the D. Put your cue on the bridge, and then if you're having trouble with accuracy over potting, put a pencil mark exactly where that D is. Okay, and for most shots, this distance, 11 inches to the tip of the ball, is actually okay. You can pull the cue back and you've got enough room to hit the ball. The other benefit of having a shorter bridge is that it stops you pulling the cue back too far to then be going through the ball slowly, as we call decelerating. If you've got a long bridge and you pull the cue back too far, you've then got to go through too slowly to hit the ball. So a shorter bridge can actually encourage a more positive hit. And on some shots, as we've seen with Sean Murphy, he's even inside this 11.5 inches. He's got his bridge hand and his fingers very close to the cue ball. Try it. If you're a club player and you're struggling with accuracy, shorten your bridge up. It will take a bit of getting used to, but eventually you'll start to hit the ball more positively and you'll probably be more accurate as well.
Oh, the Professor, the original and best. Fantastic. Well done. It's all about your Ds, it's all about your Vs and all that sort of stuff. Fantastic. Just hit it, all right? Let's get to the other match that's on the go on the other side of the Crucible curtain. And it is the match that's going to be concluding this afternoon between the world number 14, Luca Brecel, against the top 32 player Gary Wilson, former Wall's End taxi driver who's now been on a 5-year journey, actually, up the world rankings as a full-time pro. This is his second appearance at the Crucible. It's Brecel's fourth. Neither have won a game here before at the main venue. Now, Brecel made his highest break ever at the Crucible yesterday with a 1-3-1 on his way to a 5-3 lead in the opening session. Wilson hit back with a 72 in the last frame to come into the afternoon, only one behind at 4-5. Now, when they returned this afternoon, very long opening 34-minute frame. There wasn't a break bigger than a 30 in it, but it was won in the end by Wilson to square the match at 5 frames apiece. So let's just show you from the top. Frame 11 in the company of 2 former world champions, Peter Ebdon and Dennis Taylor.
Frame 11, Gary Wilson to break.
So Gary Wilson breaks off at the start of frame 11, having drawn back to 5 frames apiece. That's a pretty decent break-off shot. Luca just coming around to see if the bottom red of the pack goes into the left corner. If it does, he'll be taking it on. Oh, he certainly didn't want the kiss on the green, because this is half a chance for Gary Wilson. This is a real test of cueing. You see the red did go. And he's quite some way away from that one.
Well, when you miss it by that much, it just drains a little bit of confidence away from you. That's the type of shot that the players would practice and knock them in so many times, but he was a long way off it there, Gary. I think both players will have lost a little bit of rhythm because of the way the opening frame in this session went. But this is a better chance now. Yeah, he's okay. There's a couple of reds available. The one to the left of the black and the one at the back of the bunch. So if he can swing this white around the angles, he can drop on one of those. And here it comes. Yeah, the one at the back of the bunch, he's on.
3.
that's another shot that will certainly
Wilson 3.
affect his confidence. I mean, he played a good positional shot and just cued across that. Can't afford to miss those against a player like Luca Brecel, because when he gets ahead of steam up, we know what he's capable of. Oh, that's very unlucky. He's even covered the one that's next to the pink. He hit the pink well enough, and if anything, hit it too well. And finished on absolutely nothing.
Luca Brecel 6.
What a fantastic pot that was.
1.
I think he's just okay on the brown. Tremendous cueing here from Gary Wilson. You wouldn't blame him if he came off the side cushion with a touch of right-hand side and went into the reds here, because, okay, the black's in open play, but it's not going to be easy for him to get on his next red. He's played for the red to the bottom of the pack, and that looks to have been played inch perfectly. That was an excellent positional shot.
Six.
Slightly awkward bridging. Yeah, they're never easy. Just got to touch a left-hand side on the cue ball when he was digging down there. Just pulled the cue ball, and that's why he overcut the black. It was very, very unfortunate to leave himself hampered like that. But this is an unexpected chance for Luca Brecel now. Big moments in this match.
One. Eight.
He would have liked to have been just a little bit straighter. These are quite tricky. Played it very well.
9.
In prime position now.
$16. 17. $24. 25.
He's such a natural player, Luca Brecel. He really is. And when he was 3-2 down, he responded with breaks of 88 and 131.
32.
He's very good to watch.
33. $40. 41. 48. 49.
And that's a little bit short. Had a glance at the scoreboard. And he's got a few more balls to pot to secure this frame.
54.
Just the red needed. Nicely played.
55.
Totally the opposite to the opening frame where the balls all got tied up. Might have to take the one up into the right corner. He's happy
62.
with the black for the other. Good curing. Slight chance of a century break. Made 27 so far this
70.
season.
71.
Certainly a very, very fluent player, isn't he, Dennis? When he gets going, he's wonderful to watch.
76. 77. 82. 84. 87. 91.
Not even up to 6 minutes. And it's been very
96.
fluent, this. Oh, no century. What a shame. But he'll be a bit disappointed at that, but more importantly, he's won the frame and he gets himself back into the lead. It's now 6-5 to the Belgian Bullet.
Yeah, and he's on a bit of a roll now, is Luca, because he took the next as well with a break of 70 to reassert that two-frame advantage that he'd had earlier in the first session. So we're going to see their last one before the interval, and it's Brecel now at 7 frames to 5 to the good. And remember, he's seeking 3 more for a place in the third round. This is frame 13.
Frame 13. Gary Wilkinson to break. Close. Close. Sorry.
Did he call it? Gary Wilkinson. Yeah, he's the former world match play champion who still works for World Snooker. Gary's at every tournament, so Paul must have been thinking about Gary Wilkinson there.
So this is a chance for Gary Wilson. Oh, he played it with lots and lots of check side, which made the pot so much more difficult. Could have played that with screw and right hand side. Instead he chose to play it as a drag shot with lots of left hand side. And that's the type of shot that Gary Wilson perhaps should have played. A stun screw shot with left hand side instead of check side. Nicely struck.
Beautifully played. Although it's just
Five.
that little bit further. He may have to use the reds here to get onto the black, but that'll develop a few more. Well, just a few. Where's the pink? Hold your horses, pink.
6.
Well, he certainly opened the reds up, and the pink, well, that's a bonus to finish there. I thought he was going to run through the bunch to get onto the black, and look what he did. Scattered the reds all over the table, almost knocked the pink in. Well, that's not the best shot he's ever played. Anywhere near the yellow or brown, and he had an easy red. I think he just hit that
12.
Thinner than he intended.
Well, that's quite incredible, Dennis. He certainly put himself under a lot more pressure now. That was a poor misjudgment. Slightly hampered by the brown. Oh, that's a very, very good recovery. Excellent pots, well played.
Yeah, he's going to need another good one. Let me show you this again. A bit closer to the cushion than he wanted, but he's very little to do with it. Just see, that was the problem with getting close to the cushion, but it all stemmed from that pink when he played to get on the red up the other end of the table. I still expected him to roll this in. But he knows the importance of this frame. Well, they're all important, but to go to the mid-session interval with a 3-frame advantage, he might still do that, but that's a golden opportunity that he's let slip away there. One good long pot here, and Gary's back in. Yeah, very good. Excellent. So the man from Wall's End would love to go to the mid-session interval.
8.
Just one frame behind. Not that long ago, he was driving a taxi in Wallsend, and here he is in the Crucible Theatre. Delightful character is Gary.
$16. $17.
Just full concentration required here. Won't get a better chance than this.
$24.
Oh, that's a bit of a stretch. Wow.
$25. $32. $33.
Would have liked to have been a little bit straighter on this black. But the cannons worked out perfectly.
40. 41.
His highest break in this match so far was a break of 72. Be a good time to surpass that. He's not hanging about, is he?
48.
No, they're both very fluent players.
49.
And apart from the odd tactical frame, the match was always going to be quite open and free-flowing because they both play in a similar fashion.
$56. $57.
Well, he's took full advantage
62.
here of Luca's miss on the black when he tried to just roll it in to the right corner.
63.
So they're going to share this little mini session. It looked as if Luca was going to take it 3-1, but
68.
just going to be one frame the difference. That makes absolutely sure.
69.
Be nice if he could make a century to go to the mid-session interval. And this was the black where he potted a good red,
74.
went close to the cushion, but I still fancied him to knock that in. I think the fact he was playing that little
75.
cannon just took his eye off the black.
$80. 81.
Yeah, this is terrific stuff from Gary. It really is. I think Cliff Thorburn has practiced a little bit with Gary up at the
86.
Whitley Bay Snooker Centre. And
88.
Cliff was saying he just never misses in practice.
$91. 95.
That's the 13th century in this year's Betfred World Championship. And coming just at the right time for Gary and his supporters. Doesn't matter where the black goes. Around the houses. Still going, not hard enough to the corner pocket, but great response from the man from Wall's End to get himself just one frame behind. We go to the mid-session interval. It's 7-6.
Yep, and the Tyneside Terror just will not go away. Gary Wilson comes back again. This is a great match, guys. There's never been more than 2 frames in it. Twice Luke has held that 2-frame advantage, but keeps coming back at him, doesn't he?
Yeah, the standard is very good. We could possibly see our first 10-9 of the championship. Centuries flying in all over the place. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep that standard up as it gets a bit more edgier, because I don't think any of them have won a match at the Crucible before.
Exactly. It's a lot of pressure, and Luca, as a seeded player for the second time here, the pressure, you have to say, is more on him than it is on Gary. He's got nothing to lose here.
It is, but I mean, you know, Gary Wilson's a player that's on the up in his career. He's consistently going up in the rankings or down in the rankings, and probably when the draw came out, they both went, yeah, I'll settle for that, and it's a fair fight. And even though Luca is the seeded player and proven rightly so, you know, Gary Wilson's not far behind him.
He's not. And this is our plan, because we are about to go live to this match. And we do have a plan, as we told you about earlier on. We've seen Sean Murphy sail off against Lo Hong Hao with those 3 centuries and 4 frames. He's well on his way, it would appear. If you want to watch that one and continue to enjoy that high scoring, it is online via the BBC Sport app and website, of course. So you could indeed watch the 2 sources at the same time, because we are heading for the denouement of this Brecel-Wilson match. As I say, it's been real nip and tuck stuff the entire way since yesterday morning. It was one of the first matches on the go in this year's championship. So here we go. It's frame 14, first to 10. We'll book a place, and we head back to Peter Ebdon and Dennis Taylor. We're enjoying this one, guys.
Certainly are, Hazel. It's been a cracking match. It looked as if Luca was going to take hold of proceedings, but that was a great last frame that Gary Wilson played. I think I said at the start of play this afternoon, I thought it might just go the full distance, this one, and it's still the case. Pretty good break-off shot. Has to be a bit careful with this escape. Doesn't want to hit that full ball. There's a possibility of a red. I don't know if you can see enough of it to take it up into the left corner. Maybe not. Just a thin one. But he's had a game plan, has Luca. He hasn't been taking any sort of risks. I mean, he's such a dynamic potter, but he's kept things tight. Refused a few pots he normally would take on. So he's come here with a game plan.
Well, Gary didn't take that red on. He's played a wonderful safety shot. A little bit unlucky. The cue ball not to finish behind the green.
Now look at this, Peter. Look at this long red, straight red to get on the black. He's not even contemplating it. He's playing a safety shot. Never seen Luca play like this before.
No, I would agree, Dennis. I've never ever seen him refuse a red like that. Quite incredible, really. But if he keeps playing good safety like that, I think it's an excellent tactic.
That's not going to reach.
Foul and a miss. Luca Brecel 4.
It's only going to cost him 4 points. As long as he can pick the same line out again, a little bit more pace.
You got that there, Leo, please? Yeah. Right now.
Let's see where it was originally. That's where it was. That's pretty good. They've got the monitor to look at. That's a better pace. I don't think he can get back down the table this time. It would have to be a very thin one. So not a lot available for Luca here, only just to nudge into them. Well, maybe he feels he can get this thin enough. And when you're using this spider, you've got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, well played. Very well played. That was awkward. Well, he's looking at, he's had a look at the pot into the right corner, another straight red. Is he going to take this on? This is more difficult than the one he refused.
Well, he can play this one with topspin.
Well, maybe that's why he's refusing the long pots. He's knocked the brown in.
Foul.
Which may be to his advantage, because when the brown goes back on its spot, the red might not be available to the middle. So that was a bit of bad luck, but also a bit of very good luck as well. But decided to have a go at the long red and never got near it, really. He can put him back in if he wishes here. And that's what he's decided, so he...
I think he put him back in reluctantly, didn't he? Because he knew that he'd be leaving Luca a long red. Hasn't quite got the angle to be able to pop this red and hold for the pink into the opposite middle pocket. And there's not much of a gap to try and pop this red and get through the gap, which is the two reds directly above the black. He's just looking to see if he can play safe and leave the cue ball somewhere on the black cushion. But he needs to be very, very careful not to leave the red into the right-hand black pocket. That's a fantastic pot.
One.
And he's been very, very unlucky. It certainly wasn't easy to find a gap through to the black. He was very courageous there. And on that particular occasion, fortune didn't favour the brave. Very unfortunate.
No wonder he's scratching his head there, because Not easy to find a safe spot on the table.
Well, I think he could come off the right-hand side cushion, Dennis, and try to nestle into the yellow.
You can only see a little bit of the black, and if he just plays off the black, he's going to leave reds for the right corner, so it couldn't have finished more awkward. Can't hit that thin enough because of the red to swing it around and maybe get it onto the baulk cushion behind the green or brown there. So it couldn't have finished any more awkward than this. Just coming up to a minute and a half thinking about this, but it is such a difficult spot to be in.
Well, I think if he, as I say, Dennis, if he comes off this right-hand side cushion and just tries to nestle into the yellow, he's not going to leave much on at all.
It's as good a choice as any, Peter, because if he just flicks off the yellow, he won't leave that red. It's to the right of the brown.
Blue.
He's playing the blue, which is a bit more risky.
Foul and a miss.
I suppose the fact that the red
Gary
doesn't
Wilson,
pass
5.
the green, the blue's not a bad choice.
Right.
No, he's having it replaced. If he lands on the blue full ball, there's one possible red, the one to the right of the bunch that he could leave, but that wouldn't be easy. See, if he hits the blue full ball, that red that's in the circle would be available to him.
Okay, Gary.
Precious. Else. And he might just be tempted by that red that I had in the circle, because there's a gap he can play through. So if he pots this, he will find the gap, you would feel.
Well, that's the reason why I suggested coming off the side cushion and trying to hit the yellow, Dennis, because the red that he's now taking on would have been obscured by the blue. But this isn't easy, that's for sure. Oh, that's a very good pot. He played that with screw and right-hand side. So he did very well not to hit the red thick there, and he's been very unfortunate to end up so tight under the green side cushion. And that basically means he can't do too much with the cue ball. Does have a slight angle on this blue, and he would love to get on the red above the black spot if at all possible, into the right-hand black pocket. It's always tough. Certainly didn't expect him to miss that blue, but always tough when you're so tight underneath the side cushion. Still, he could have left something a lot easier than the shot that Luca Brecel is now looking at. Cut back into a blind pocket. And the more pace you play these at, the more difficult they are. That's the problem. That was a tough pot.
Very well judged and acknowledged by Luca Brecel there. Just tapped the table with his cue. I think he should be okay to come off the left side cushion and just land in the bunch there. A little bit pacier than he wanted. I don't know if this one's available to the middle pocket.
Touching ball.
It's touching ball, but that won't affect the possibility of potting this in the middle. That was the only one he could leave. He needed to hit the middle of those reds. Yep, that's there. And he's on the pink. One.
Seven. Eight.
A lot of our older viewers will remember a player who won pot black a couple of times, Graham Miles. And Gary plays similar. Look at the style. Cue running along the side of his chin.
$14. $15.
It's all quite tight in around the black spot area, but they're okay.
22.
Look at the concentration on Gary's face there. There you can see where the cue's running. Not in the middle of his chin, but down the left side of it. Oh, he's sighting with his left eye. He's got a wonderful touch, that's for sure.
23.
Proving it here with these delicate little stun and screw shots. He had that magnificent 106 break.
30.
For the mid-session interval. This is a decent
31.
chance here for another sizable contribution.
$38.
And potting this red develops.
39.
The red above the black into the left-hand black pocket. As Dennis quite rightly points out, this is excellent, very close cue ball control here from
46.
Gary Wilson. Showing great temperament under pressure.
47.
In what's a very important frame. A frame in which he would draw level at 7 frames apiece. Very impressive stuff.
Yes, the key to break building, all these delicate
54.
little stun and screw shots. Looks so easy, but it takes years to
55.
perfect it. The red needed, as you can see there.
$70. $71.
It's the sort of snooker that he played a couple of years ago when he lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan
77.
10-7. He really did give Ronnie quite a match there.
78.
Starting to produce the snooker that he does in practice.
$85.
Oh, what a shame, no century break. But he's starting to look good, this Gary Wilson. That's another magnificent contribution, and he gets himself all square, 7 frames each.
Thanks, Dennis. Absolutely. And in fact, that's the second time he's reduced that 2-frame deficit. He was 3-5 down, and he was 5-7 down, and he's all square again. And this is really good fighting qualities from this guy. And we saw this a couple of years ago in a match against Ronnie O'Sullivan, didn't we, Steve?
Yeah, and turning into one of the top competitors in the game. And he's gone up the ranking list, and that's a sign of confidence. You know, you're not struggling to stay in the 32, or all of a sudden he's into the 32. Not struggling to keep on the tour, because there's a lot of great players are struggling. You know, in the end of the season, top 64, and after that you're out and you have to re-qualify. There's a lot of really good players are sort of always borderline. So he's well clear of that, which means his general level of competitive play throughout the season must be very high.
Yeah, and when you look down at the breaks between them, it's been a pretty open attacking performance from both of them. We've had centuries from both of them. We've also had an 88 and 96 from Luca. We've had a 72, a 67, a 50 from Gary Wilson. So it's not been slow, and it's been pretty overall entertaining.
Yeah, a very high score, and it's a great asset to have, to be able to win frames in one visit as the pressure increases. As I said before, it'll be interesting to see if he can keep up that scoring. But it looks comfortable in the Crucible, because you hear a lot about players who, in other tournaments, and people will say, oh, this guy's a good player, but this is the test. And he looks very comfortable in this high-pressure cooker, making big breaks.
And this is only his second appearance at the Crucible, and it's now become a best of 5. Here we go.
Very good length on the break-off from Gary Wilson there. An interesting comment from Stephen Hendry there, Dennis, about players handling the pressure at the Crucible. And I've noticed early on in this match that Gary Wilson was just hitting the ball maybe a little bit too hard, certainly harder than he normally would do. And as the pressure has come on, the closer things have got in the match, he's really started to time the ball beautifully. And that's another example of that. What a shot that is. Wow.
Well, it may have looked easy, but that's the shot of the match so far, without a doubt. Simply because he got himself nicely onto the black. He's left himself on this red. He'll bring more reds into play. But have a look at this. The white in the jaws of the pocket.
Hey,
that was brilliant. And that's certainly opened things up. Okay, he's got an angle on the pink where he's going away from the reds here, and if anything, he just hit that too well. He's got to go in and out of the balk area to get back up to the reds. Missed the yellow with the cue ball, which he's done nicely. It's another early opportunity.
15.
Well, Gary Wilson was making 1 or 2 unforced errors earlier on in this session. And he's certainly gone through the gears in these last couple of frames. Very, very impressive.
Got to be careful there. Oh, it's not going to reach. It's not going to reach. Can you believe it? He was stretching over the red.
Gary Wilson, 15.
And look where he's left the red. Oh, how costly is that going to be? Because he was flying there. I think the fact that he was stretching so much caused that.
One.
Could be a big turning point. As Hazel said, it's now the best of 5.
What a mistake to make that was. Played so well these last 2 frames. Really put Luca Brecel under so much pressure, and that one shot could just change everything. Oh, that's well played. That's a nice cannon.
Six. Seven.
Well, he may be a little bit fortunate there because that was a poor positional shot. Shouldn't have been anywhere near the blue, but it's straight forward into the corner, even with the extension. That cannon could have gone wrong. He didn't intend to be flicking the blue there, but it's almost dead straight into the corner.
Yeah,
this was the shot here. He was just playing to slide past the blue, and that was a fortuitous kiss in the end. Not the best.
20.
Cannon hasn't worked out. Could possibly drop this red in the middle pocket, but no easy colour.
Oh, this is very tough if he takes this on into the centre. Hardly any pocket to aim at all from that angle. He's very, very wary of this shot. Needs to be perfect and the right pace. And that's the problem. These middle pockets are so small.
Luca Brecel, 20.
Very, very little pocket to aim at there. And that is a huge let-off for Gary Wilson after such an elementary mistake to allow Luca Brecel back to the table. Luca Brecel will be absolutely kicking himself.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gary Wilson, he'll be kicking himself now. Well, look at the shot he's left himself with here. Oh, what a test this is of your cue action. Every credit for that pot. That really was a pressure pot. 7 frames all. Crucible Theatre, and he knocked it in as if it was over the pocket.
5.
Yeah, don't come any better than this, tucked up on the cushion to knock that in, especially after the way he played the red to leave himself there.
That was a good recovery, because he
13.
certainly would have preferred to have been slightly straighter on that red. There's a steely determination about Gary Wilson at the moment. Okay, he's made a couple of unforced errors. And unfortunately, that hasn't worked out for him.
80.
The red into the right-hand black pocket is very tough.
Yeah, he didn't get the cannon on the reds there the way he wanted. Having to use the extension, it's a tricky little red, this. No. Oh! Wow. It had stopped for a split second. That's okay. It needs to stay there for 3 or 4 seconds and then it will be replaced. But it had stopped and then all of a sudden gravity took over. Have a look at this. Didn't look in. Stops. Wow. Don't see that very often.
Well, it's a good job that these are new cloths, Dennis, because that wouldn't have gone in under any other circumstances.
$27.
He certainly looks the more confident of the two players at the moment. He's played 2 terrific frames.
32.
Can he keep it going? $27 in front.
$33.
Well, all Luca can do is sit there and hope that something goes wrong here, but the way Gary's playing, you can't see it. And the problem with the 2 reds, I think the 2 reds to the right of the pink, one of them might be available into the middle
40.
pocket.
$41.
36 in front, so he's got the perfect angle if he wants to just play the cannon. Well, he's not playing the cannon. Just making sure of dropping in behind this red. He knows that that will see him safe in this frame, and he couldn't have played it any better. 43
48.
in front. The red will be 44 with just 43 remaining. Pretty cool customer, Gary. Very good under pressure. And the red into the middle pocket to
55.
make absolutely sure of the frame.
Gary Wilson, 55.
So 50 points the difference with a possible 43 on the table. couple of snookers needed, but it's not impossible, is it, Peter?
No, I'm just a little bit surprised the way he played that, because, OK, he's left Luca an easy opportunity to play the snooker there, but if he'd have just tried to drop the red in dead weight and leave the cue ball behind the black on the black cushion. He's played this to carry the break on, when really he should be just dropping this in and leaving the cue ball behind the black on the black cushion.
Yeah, he played it with a little bit of stun to keep position. Yeah, that was a, as we say, a schoolboy error there. And all of a sudden...
Foul. Luca Brecel 4.
Just the one snooker needed, so... What a turning point this could be.
Well, he may have been slightly fortunate there as well, Dennis, because the cue ball could have slipped behind the green there and left a free ball.
1. Eight. Nine.
The brown's in a pretty good position for the one snooker that he now needs. Some players would have kept the red on the table, but he's going to pop the black and then just go for that snooker. But can he get the white where he wants to here? Might have to pot the yellow and then try and get in behind
16.
the brown from the green. If he can judge
18.
this one correctly, he could put himself favourite if he can get in behind that brown. I mean, there's two ways of doing it. You can head up behind the black, or you can go behind the brown. Brown looks to be favourite. Oh, he hasn't hit this. Hasn't hit this one.
Luca Brecel 18.
There's quite a large margin of error as well there. Cue ball behind the brown, green behind the blue. Well, this looks good. This looks a wonderful safety shot. This looks perfect. What a shot. What a shot.
So he'll be quite relieved when this green goes. He had a chance there, Luca. Gary gave him a little bit of a lifeline when he missed the red in the middle and left an easy snooker for Luca. But he'll be getting himself focused for the next frame now.
Seven. 12. Gary Wilson 12 on the front.
That pink wasn't necessary, but with some very, very solid play. Stepping up under pressure, apart from the odd mistake. It's Gary Wilson that goes into an 8-7 lead.
And that's 3 in a row for the man from Wall's End, who really is putting up quite a fight here. And suddenly the pressure's all on the seed. And as yet, we haven't had a seed to fall.
Yeah.
Could it be Luca?
Well, it was interesting. There was 2-3 frames ago. I don't know whether it was when it came out after 7-5. Luca refused a long straight red, which is it's something that a shot that he wouldn't, you know, you'd never expect him to refuse. And that for me, kind of thought he went a bit defensive. maybe 7-5 ahead, he thought, I've got to just tighten up a little bit. But you've got to play your natural game, and that to me is like being able to play your natural game under pressure is the secret.
Well, he seemed to be playing his natural game, and then of course he left that one short over the middle pocket, and we thought that was it. It was curtains for him in that frame, but somehow managed to get over the line.
Yeah, so when Gary Wilson misses the red over the middle pocket, you'd expect with all the balls in the open that Luca would make the most of it. He didn't, so therefore some weakness being shown, and Gary sort of pounced a bit more on that, gave him extra bit of confidence. And it's not nice to start off a match pretty good and then finish weak. It's a far better way the other way round. So therefore, somehow Luca's got to sort of dig himself out of this little hole. Obviously, there's plenty of time, but he doesn't want to let his opponent get to 9 frames.
No, he does not. And of course, that Luca is the man who is the proven winner in world ranking events. He's got one of them, and we always say that he's the first continental European to have actually done that. He's certainly made some strides for continental European players over the years. But he's the man under pressure here, the man really under it as we head into frame 16.
So important to get a good break-off shot, and that's not too bad. I don't think he can see enough of the red to take the pot on, and even if he could into the right corner, he'd cannon into the black and red, so it'll be a little thin one for safety. They've played each other on 3 occasions. Luke has won 2 of them. 1-4, 1-4-2. That was in European Tour event back in 2015 and the Northern Ireland Open 2018. But Gary's win was in the Indian Open in 2017, 4-1. So there's not a lot between these 2 players.
I thought it was an interesting point, Dennis, that the great Stephen Hendry made there about the ability to play your natural game under pressure, and he mentioned the long red that we both spoke about at the time when Luca Brecel decided to not take it on, which was a strange shot selection for me at the time. But as you say, that's been his game plan over the last few frames. It seems to have turned against him at the moment.
His left attempt there. There's a red will cut back into the right corner, but where would the cue ball finish? It would cannon into other reds and no guarantee of getting on a colour even if he potted it, so he's walking round to find a good safety spot. I'm wondering if he's debating whether to take this long red on in such a way that he'd finish on the blue and wouldn't leave a great deal if he missed. He can play a little thin safety if he wants, which is what he's done. That's a bonus. You're playing to leave the white on the cushion, bulk cushion there to run up behind the colours. A little bit of a bonus for you. Easy escape though. This red might go to the left middle pocket and he might be able to run through without hitting the pink, you'd feel.
Well, it's a red that you'd expect him to get, but there's a lot of pressure on this. And if he misses it, he's bound to leave one. Well, in the end, he played it almost as a shot to nothing. He's overhit the cue ball there by a good 2.5, 3 feet. It was an excellent pot, made all the more difficult by the pace that he played it at. He's only going to score 1 from it, but it has given him the tactical advantage in this frame.
Ramble. Luca Brecel, 1.
Oh, can he just clip the red? I think Luca was trying to block off the escape route down the right side of the table, and he hasn't got the snooker.
Well, it should have given him the tactical advantage, Dennis, but he played a terrible shot there. So that was a big mistake from Luca Brecel there. Now, the Luca Brecel of old would be taking this red on next to the pink and screwing back to balk.
Well, he'd have to change his game plan if he takes this on and go back to his natural way of playing. And maybe that's why he's refused a couple of long ones, because he missed another one by a long way, and it was a bit easier than that one, but that was much more difficult than the few that he has refused. So all of a sudden maybe his game plan has gone out the window. As Stephen Henry was saying, you've got to just play to your natural strengths, and he's one of the most naturally gifted players in the game is Luca Brecel. Just about okay. I thought he was going to be
Touching ball. Declare your colour, please, Gary.
right in front of the yellow. You could see referee said touching ball. That's where you have to nominate the colour, because in theory you're hitting the yellow and the brown, so you must nominate.
Five.
Wow. Well, he holds his hand up, but he hasn't finished on a colour nicely. But what a fluke. I mean, he had to force this, but you don't see them going in at that pace along the ball cushion.
Well, there was a slight nod of the head, Dennis, before he got down to play that red. He was hampered by the brown, could only drop it in, and he ended up in the worst possible position, just slightly off straight, having to play with lots of power. But that's a good recovery shot.
Well, that yellow wobbled its way into the pocket also.
8.
Have a look at this yellow. Now, is he going to take full advantage of that outrageous fluke? You got to do. When the ball runs for you, take full advantage. He's he's going to have to do all his scoring on the blue,
15.
and he's immediately got the wrong side of it. Pink and black are awkward. All the way around. Needs to avoid the brown, which he has done.
$20. $21.
It looks as if he's finished just slightly the wrong side of the pink. Just taking the cue ball away from the reds. There'll be no heroics with the cue ball here.
$27.
Certainly helps getting the pink back on its spot. I think you just sense that the pressure's
27.
building as we get nearer to the finishing line in this match. That was just a little bit of a nervy one from Gary there.
One.
Yeah, he was a little bit awkward there. It was a shot before he didn't get on the pink as he
7.
intended. It was a good idea to get the pink back on its spot, but he was the wrong side and had to run away from the red.
$8.
It's certainly not going to be easy to make a telling contribution here, the way the balls are.
$14.
Needs to try to find a nice angle on the pink. And he hasn't done that. He's played a terrible
15.
positional shot. Just overscrewed that. I think he played with left-hand side and it came off the cushion plain ball. He was playing for the pink into the left centre. Not even so sure he'll take this pink on now.
Yellow ball.
So as Dennis quite rightly said, as the pressure mounts, there's more likelihood of seeing mistakes from both players. And it's just got a little bit nervy out there at the moment.
Yeah, Luca lost last year in the first round 10-6 to Ricky Walden. The year before, lost 10-9 to Marco Fu. He's never been past the first round at the Crucible. Yeah, that was a difficult shot he attempted there, but it's okay. He hit it far too thick, but he hasn't done any damage.
Well, he was very fortunate that the red flicked the pink there, because that was going towards the left centre, and that would have given Luca Brecel an easy starting shot.
That'll do nicely. I was about to say there's not a lot to play behind because of the position of the yellow and green, but now he's removed the yellow off the cushion with that last shot. Not that he was intending that. It's helped with the tactical side of this frame, and there's going to be a good few safeties played, you would feel, the way the balls are situated. Gets this right, he can get over behind the yellow and brown. Here's the side. Has he hit it hard enough? It's pretty good. I think he thought he got the double kiss there. There's still a pot on for Gary, but had he have careered into the red with the cue ball, he would have been
quietly, please,
right in amongst them. Missed a double kiss by a fraction. Now you can tell the pressure is building. Gary wasn't missing that type of chance, and he just holds his hand up as he walks back to his seat. Look at the result he's had there.
Well, again, he played that with a lot of left-hand side, a lot of check side, Dennis, and he overcompensated because a couple of frames ago he played one of those and overcut it by quite some way. But the run of the balls is just starting to go the other way now. Gary Wilson beginning to get a bit of good fortune. Last couple of mistakes he's made in this frame, he's got away with it.
Yeah, looking at the situation, I think, look, if you can see enough of the cushion there near the red that's over the right corner, just to come off and nestle in behind that red. If he tries to get back down the table, he could leave Gary in. I'm just wondering how close he'd have to get to the yellow if he was going to do or play that shot. This is a possibility, but with the cue ball almost tight in the cushion, to make this into a plant, every chance he could do it, he's got to hit the red on the left side as we look at it. Well played. Very well played. He was in a bit of a hole there.
Seven.
Well, it's an aggressive shot, but he may have the opportunity here, may have the angle to take the red into the centre and cannon into the red and just bring it off the left-hand side cushion and stay on the blue. No, he's playing with topspin. Nice pot.
8.
That red over the left side of the
13.
table is going to be key. The two near this cushion. Well, one of them certainly on.
14.
Has he got a good angle on the pink to play on that one? Just about, I think. And this is where it starts to get much more difficult now after this one. Little shake of the head tells you that he's finished.
20.
A little awkward. Got a slight angle. Where's his next red coming from? Unless he rolls the pink in and leaves a double into the middle pocket. I think he's just going to go up behind the yellow now. The double's not on.
27.
Looks as if he's played it well. If it bounces.
Luca Brecel, 27.
Played it nicely.
Foul. And a miss. Luca Brecel, 4. Right.
He'll have it replaced. He's playing a very tricky shot. I thought he could have swerved around the yellow and played this red. I mean, the pink's in the way. You'd have to be so precise coming off the cushion to hit that red. There's only half of it available because of the pink.
Okay.
Well, I'm with you on this shot, Dennis. If he does play the swerve shot and catches the red thin, the red goes off the side cushion and onto the black cushion, so I would definitely prefer that shot. And there's very little margin of error for the shot that he's trying to play, as you quite rightly say.
Brecel, 4. Just give me the replay, please, Leo, because the yellow affects the shot. I'll get it from here.
24 the difference, so these penalty points could prove crucial.
Yeah, Luca, thanks.
Well, once again, he's trying the same shot again. Played it well this time. Played it very well.
Well, that was such a difficult shot to play. He deserved a bit of luck. But to leave Luca Brecel full ball snookered on both reds is quite incredible. Such a massive frame for both players. That's very good.
And not quite the angle on the pink to pot it and cannon the red out. He just needed the white another few inches to the right as we look at it. Well, he's been unlucky. He had to play it with a little touch of stun to get the cannon, and he played it perfectly, but just pushed it a bit too far. Now, can he get in behind the yellow? Good effort.
Wilson, 7.
He stuck the red up. He has. The green's going to have to come to his rescue as he walks back to his seat with that smile. all about the green.
One.
Tell you what, it's nice to see frames won with frame-winning breaks, but this is more exciting to watch. I feel anyway. You can't beat the tension of a close frame at the Crucible. I'm not sure if the blue's in the way of trying to pop the yellow and come off one cushion and bring the green out.
Fine.
Well, it's certainly more difficult to play the cannon this way.
He could go around the angles and get there, which is what he's doing, but no, not quite right.
7.
Well, hindsight is a wonderful thing, but when he played the brown, if it had just brought the cue ball back 2 or 3 inches, he would have had a perfect angle on the yellow with the rest, just to come off the baulk cushion, just to cannon into the green and hopefully push it towards the right hand black pocket, but that chance has gone now.
Oh, what has he done with this?
Gary Wilson 7.
Mishit that altogether. I'm not sure what he was trying there. I mean, you've got to keep the object ball safe. And he can pot this and he can screw back for the brown. Now, he refused a few long pots. Nothing like this. They were a little bit more difficult than this, so he can do with knocking this in. He will finish on the brown if he gets it. Well, I say he will finish on the brown. Look at the result he's had here. He's mishit that completely. He hit that so hard, and what a result. And that's a pretty good result, so I suppose he deserved that little bit of good fortune there, but Luca Brecel, one of the best potters in the game, missed that green by a long way. And maybe he's just not confident with his long potting, and that's why he's been refusing a few, Peter.
Yes, he's certainly been a bit wayward with his long shots. Certainly the attempted green that he took in on into the right-hand black pocket. Played it far too hard. Now this looks pretty good. It's a good cue ball. Most importantly, we've got the object ball safe. Chance to get a snooker here behind the brown and blue. And that was a very nice cannon on the pink as well.
Might just get a bit of noise from the other table here, about to finish the session. See play just finished on the other table, and Luca will give himself a little bit of time for things to settle down. He's faced with another longish pot, and if it's dead straight, he's got quite a bit to do with the cue ball.
Well, he's been getting unintentional right hand side on the cue ball, Dennis. He needs to strike this smoothly, and he did again. Unintentional right hand side, pushes the cue ball to the left, and that's why the green went to the right hand side of the pocket.
Green, yeah.
So he's got some technical problems at the moment, Luca Brecel. He's definitely getting unintentional right-hand side on the cue ball. You can see the right-hand side pushes the cue ball to the left, and that's why the green goes to the right of the pocket. It's so important on these fast cloths to be able to strike the centre of the cue ball, especially on straight shots like that. So that's a technical problem that he's going to need to try and resolve.
Well, is he going to get a chance to resolve it? Because his back's against the wall. If he loses this frame, he'd have to win 3 in a row to get through to the second round here at the Crucible. Well, it's the first time for either player to get to that stage. And he's got the double kiss, but this time it's okay. Well, you would think if you sent the green up the other end of the table, you've got all 4 colours to possibly snooker behind, but he mustn't push the green over the corner pocket. That's pretty good.
Probably just be dropping on this dead weight off the one cushion. That's pretty good, but it does give Luca a chance of getting the cue ball behind the pink here. And there's a big margin of error here with the line of the pink and the black. He's underhit that. That's a poor shot.
Yeah, he left that an easy shot for Gary, who's played it very well. He's got the snooker. There's no gap, I don't think, between blue and black. So if he plays this with pace, he could do with hitting it from behind. And he's nowhere near.
Foul.
Needed to give himself a little bit more time just to work the angle out. Not sure if the middle pocket was slightly in the way here. I mean, normally you'd play this shot with right hand side, but the middle pocket's slightly in the way. He's got to get very close if he goes the left side of the table, which he will do. Well, he's looking at the other side now because he knows that middle pocket is in his line. Yep. Well, what a tester this would be. If this goes in, the white will automatically come around towards the brown. I don't think it'll go anywhere near that right middle pocket. Huge shot if he takes it on. Now, has he stuck it up? I think he has. If the white bounces.
Okay, well,
Well, he had to force it to get over on the brown. He doesn't want to hit the brown with the green. Oh, and he has. But his long potting certainly hasn't been there this afternoon. Just got to run around the angles to get on the blue. Key shot to winning this frame coming up now.
Seven.
Played it well. Oh, for a moment there I thought he'd almost snookered himself. Got to turn around for Gary Wilson. That's 4 in a row, and all of a sudden he leads the Belgian Bullet by 9 frames to 7. He still needs 1 though to get through to the next round.
Yeah, first time that the qualifier has been ahead in this one. The man who beat Liang Wenbo in fine style, you have to say, with a good few centuries in there as well. Can he get over the line, guys?
Oh, you have to say so. I mean, Luca Brecel's long game has completely deserted him. He can't get close to a long pot. So yeah, it's, as I expected, the sort of big breaks, the one visit winning frames are kind of drying up as the pressure increases. Frames are getting scrappier and scrappier. How
assured would you say Gary looks at this point by comparison to Luca, who was very much in control of the match for a couple of points with a 2-frame advantage earlier on?
Well, it's a relative balance to who sort of is most comfortable at the table, and the more uncomfortable that Luca gets, the more Gary will feel like he fancies the job. If he's not getting anybody punching him back, he's going to be feeling better. As far as Luca's concerned, we're talking about his cue action and everything. We saw Sean Murphy, who's sort of changed his bridge length earlier in the show, and has got more sort of perhaps more accuracy because of that. And Luca Brecel has a very long bridge and very free flowing. Well, yeah, in the future, perhaps that's something for him to look at. At the moment, there's nothing he can do in the short term other than just play his game and try to forget where he is and just try and play the type of natural game he plays. But Gary's got the chance now. It's down to him, really. He could press the button and go ahead into the next round.
He could indeed, and looking for his first ever win here at the Crucible, second time he's ever got through. And Luca, of course, who nicked your record as the youngest player ever to feature at the Crucible in 2012. He was 17. You were 17 as well, obviously. You still remain the youngest winner here at the Crucible, Stephen. But he's waited a long time to try and get across this line in a first match here.
Yeah, and he's bang under it now. Although the pressure can change now. Gary Wilson, we always say that winning frame is the hardest one to get. So Luca needs to get just getting amongst the balls. I think get a bit of rhythm going. I think that'll help him. These scrappy frames, you wouldn't think they would suit Luca Brecel's style of play.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago actually. Luca played Marco Fu. Luca was the qualifier then and led, I think it was 7-2. And back came Marco Fu in the most astonishing comeback, which I'm sure has left a couple of scars because Luca in the end lost that match. It was a real scrap. And I just wonder how much experiences, we always talk about scars and hauntings at the Crucible, they stay in your mind, don't they?
Yeah, they can do. I mean, you would think that possibly, and we'd thought perhaps that Luca had jumped to another level of match play. But from a point of view of tactics, I don't think it's necessarily the type of snooker Luca wants to play. He'd rather be having a slugfest amongst the balls. So, yeah, an open table is what he'd like now, just to get his arm going a bit.
I'm sure he would. But Gary Wilson on the verge now, becoming the first qualifier into round 2.
So it's Gary Wilson to break off in the 17th frame. Leading by 9 frames to 7. And I think from what we've seen, Dennis, over the last few frames, I think Luca Brecel will be very concerned, especially with his long game.
Yeah, Stephen Hendry says he needs to get in amongst the balls to get a bit of confidence back, but there's no distractions now from the other table. Play finished. The petition is up. They've got the whole of the Crucible to themselves. And that makes it much better. Players prefer that. Now you see it. Well, that's an attacking safety shot. And it's a very good one at that. That's really opened the Reds up. But who's going to get in amongst them? That's the big question. decided to take that difficult red on, but there might be a red into the left middle pocket, but where would the colour come from? Unless he had an angle to just stun over and leave the black for the right corner, but I don't think he has that angle. Well, he has. But there's a red just, the one closest to the black, is preventing him maybe from taking that shot on. But he knows now he can't make many more mistakes, otherwise he's out of this year's Betfred World Championship. Just the 1 point, there's no way he could get on a colour there, so. Might develop into an awkward frame, even though the reds opened up nicely with Luca's safety shot. But those 3 reds are a bit of a problem near the left corner pocket. None of them available.
Ramble. Luca Brecel, 1.
Gary can just get past the green to return the safety shot. Caught it a little on the thick side. Can Luca play a much better safety? A little shake of the head there tells you he didn't hit that as he intended. I mean, the red that he's looking to play safe off, he's got to be careful he doesn't develop one near the corner pocket. That's pretty good. Very well played there. Might just have to come off the side cushion and nestle into those reds near the left corner pocket. No escape route this time. Now, what's available into the right middle pocket? Is there anything? Don't think so. And if there was, it would be risky. So who's going to win this? tactical battle here and get the first chance.
Well, the long red into the right-hand black pocket is just off straight. Will he be tempted to take it on? If he does pop the red, he'll almost certainly be going back down for the yellow. But if he thinks he may cannon into the black on the way back to baulk, he might not take it on. I think that's what he's concerned about.
The last thing he wants to do is leave Luca in amongst these reds.
Well, he's left a very, very tough red into the left centre. Surely Luca can't be thinking of taking that on. He's looking at a plant here, but very difficult to get on a colour. And surely that's too risky. He's building himself up to take this red on into the left centre. This is really tough. Got a good cue ball.
Yeah, he didn't really commit to that, and you can't blame him. He made sure he did get the white into a safe position.
The difficulty for Gary Wilson if he plays the thin clip off this red. He needs to avoid the cannon with the red on the blue and pink. So it needs to be very, very thin. Doesn't want to be pushing the red towards the left centre. And he's played that really, really well. What an excellent safety shot. Well played. That is brilliant. Duly acknowledged by Luke Brecel. Wonderful shot.
I'm not sure if the shot's available to Luca. The one that Gary played where he just come off the side cushion and nestled into the reds near the corner pocket. Middle pocket seems to be in the way of doing that. He's hit that much too thick. Now will Gary be tempted? There's a red on for the right corner. A little shake of the head tells him that this is a half chance. If he goes for it, he needs to get it. So here we go. Big shot this. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Nerves of steel from the man from Wall's End there. That's a cracker.
8.
And there's Paul Rinaldi, Whitley Bay Snooker Centre. A lot of the players have played at this club, exhibitions. Gary
9.
plays there as well. And I'll tell you what, Paul will be more nervous than Gary will. Quite rightly, not rushing into things here. Making sure he's got his mind clear. What he's going to do next. As I say, it's not straightforward. The pink and blue are awkward. The black only available into one
16.
corner.
$17.
Oh, he's overcut it. Just having to bridge over a red there, and he got a little
Gary
bit
Wilson,
of unwanted
17.
side. That was a bit of pressure on that one, but you can see that red was just distracting him somewhat. Oh, that's one chance that slipped away. What can Luca Brecel produce here? He has won a world ranking title, the 2017 China Championship. He's going to have to call on all his experience. He's still a young man, Luca, but he's been around for a few years now and has gained an awful lot of experience. Turned professional 2011, world ranked number 14. He's got a call on all that experience here.
Just been struggling with positional play under the most extreme pressure in these last couple of frames. Just can't get on the ball right at the moment.
4.
Ideally, he would have loved an angle on that red to perhaps take the pink into the green pocket. No, does this? No, the pink doesn't go into the centre. Just off straight, lots of power. Struck that one nicely. Still got a fraction of unintentional right-hand side on that. Sending the yellow to the right-hand side of the pocket. Oh, he played the cannon on the pink there.
7.
He's got a nice angle on the green. He'd love to get the black back on the spot, but it would mean getting right behind the black.
10.
He just lost the cue ball again, hasn't he? Not quite far enough for the one to the right of the pink spot. He can still pot it, but needs the rest. He's having to work really hard for these because of the way the colours are situated. This looks pretty good. Very well played. But once again, he's got a lot to
14.
do with the cue ball.
Well, he's blessed with lots of cue power. And this time he has left himself
15.
the pink into the green pocket. But he's hampered by the red. Little shake of the head. Just been faced with quite a number of very awkward shots in these last 2 or 3 frames, Luca Brecel. And that's an excellent pot. Well played. He's fighting hard.
Yeah, he wanted to take the pink, but he was hampered, and that's the reason he chose the blue. So the blue and
20.
pink are still awkward. And he had got the pink back on its spot. It would have been perfect. See, that black is, well, it's near the cushion, so he'd have to drop right in behind that, maybe about 12 inches behind it. So not from that angle. Lots of reverse side there
21.
to spin the white up towards the yellow again. He's got the long pink that he's looking at. Now back looking at the yellow. Look at that, he's had 6 reds. And he's 3 yellows, 2 greens and a blue. So he's got the cannon this time.
24.
But not the correct angle on the pink to get close to his next red. This is the first pot that's
30.
Slightly more difficult. Seemed to hit it much too hard. I mean, it seemed a straightforward shot to come off the cushion for the pink.
Luca Brecel,
He's done that a
30.
few times, Peter.
He has, Dennis, especially in the last 2 or 3 frames. He's hit the ball very hard under pressure. Oh, that's a lovely shot with the rest. Well played. Yes, it's a very interesting point, Dennis, because it's been very noticeable last 2 or 3 frames under pressure that Luke has been hitting the ball very hard, where Gary Wilson has gone the other way. He started to time the ball a lot softer. His timing has been much, much better, where when he was under pressure earlier in the match, he was hitting the ball a little bit too hard. And his composure has been excellent these last 2 or 3 frames. Maybe that will be the difference between them in the end.
No, he's let that one slip away. That's a bad mistake. That's down to the bit of pressure again.
4.
Well, you know, I'm surprised he got down so quick and played that shot. Okay, he may have gotten away with that,
Gary
but
Wilson, 4.
he didn't seem to give that much thought. He's been giving himself plenty of thinking time, and he's confused himself there because he sort of rushed that.
He did. I think he was just disgusted, wasn't he, with the positional shot he played from the green. It's amazing how much pressure there is out there and the sort of things that can go through your head. And I promise you there's more pressure here than anywhere, because it means so much, means everything. That's very good.
Yeah, it's not brilliant, but he missed that double kiss by a fraction. How close was he to the red when he played that last shot? Have a look at this. Watch now. Wow.
Good chance to get the cue ball behind the green here. Doesn't want to cannon into the blue. That's a poor shot. He was reluctant to play that with more pace in case he brought the red off the cushion and put it into a potable position.
Well, the last frame and this frame, there's been no breaks in it, but I'll tell you what, it's high tension, that's for sure. Far too thick. The pressure's building on both the players.
How Luca Brecel would love to knock this long red into the right left-hand black pocket now. His long game has deserted him. Can he find something?
And look what he's done. He's just not comfortable with the long shots. He's hit them all much too hard, and the worst possible outcome here, once he double kissed the white, he got the old DDK there, the dreaded double kiss. How costly is that going to be?
One.
Well, he could have played that a little better. It's just adrenaline at the moment that's causing them just to overhit them slightly. All about potting the green. He's automatically going to finish on the red.
And you've got to feel for Luca Brecel, Dennis. He's such a talented player. He really has struggled these last few frames as the pressure's been building.
4.
Make no mistake about it. Both players are under tremendous pressure out there. But at the moment, it's Gary Wilson that's looking the more calm and composed under that pressure.
He has won 4 frames in a row, and once again he's
5.
ran out of position. So, as we always say, the frame that gets you over the winning line is the most difficult to win. Certainly for these players that neither have been through to the second round of the Crucible. Wow. He may be lucky here.
Gary Wilson, 5.
No snooker, but another nervous shot on the pink there. It's hard to describe how these boys are feeling out there. Found the gap.
May have a chance of putting the red onto the black cushion here and possibly leaving a snooker behind the green.
What about this for a shot? That was intentional. Now, can he hit it? I think he can hit it, but can he knock it safe? You never know where they're going to go from this position. But that is terrific. No. Well, I say no, he was playing in behind the brown, so he's got the snooker behind the pink, but once again easy to hit, and can he get it safe again?
Well, that was a result. A little bit harder after cannoning into the blue, and that red would have been over the green pocket.
Yeah, he did hold his hand up there, Luca, just to apologise, but at this stage you need a little bit of run of the ball. No, that's not what he wanted. That shot wasn't on, I don't think, to get in behind the red and send it up the table. It was too close to the cushion, the red.
Well, there's very little value in taking this red on, but he could leave a telling snooker. He's looking at playing the red into the yellow and leaving the cue ball behind the blue and sending the red down the table. Well, that's not bad.
Well, he's coming off the side cushion, and there's a possibility that he could even pot this red. He's just playing to nestle onto it, but you never know. Well, he played with pace, and the cannon on the black means that this red will cut. Keep the white away from the middle pockets if he takes this on.
It's a little bit thinner than it looks, so not quite as straightforward as it may appear on your TV screens. Slight disturbance in the crowd on the opposite side of the arena. So Luca just taking a few moments to compose himself. Big moments in this match. Big shot. Big pressure.
Yeah, both players are really under it out there, and there's no hiding place at the Crucible Theatre. It's not a straightforward, easy safety. The up and down shot. If he misses the green, he's good, and he has. Luca needs lots of side on this to hit the cushion first.
Good chance of leaving a snooker back if he plays this correctly. Well, he didn't play to hit that directly.
Well, where's the cue ball going to finish? Well, this red cuts. Luca, as you said, Peter, was trying to hit the cushion first and got too much side on it and caught the red on the way down.
And the way the balls were, there was a very good chance that he would have left a snooker. The way the yellow, blue and green are all in alignment there. Just needed to hit the red from behind and send it down the table. An excellent chance of leaving a snooker, but too much swerve, too much side. This is a good opportunity now for Gary Wilson. This is a thin snick.
Now, where's this white going? Where is the white ball going?
1.
It was close to the corner. It's not straightforward this, because the black, he could go in off to the other corner pocket, so he's got to be careful here. To get onto the yellow is very difficult from this position. He's digging down a little bit. No. No, it's just pure crucible nerves at the moment. That's taking over.
Well, you could cut the atmosphere in the crucible with a knife at the moment. The pressure that both players are under is absolutely immense, and it's showing big time.
I think he's close enough to the blue to prevent the swerve shot, so well, maybe he can just play the swerve. He could foul the blue here, and he did.
And a miss.
And look at that.
Sorry, I can't call a miss there because you did it here.
Did I hit the blue? Is that what it was?
Oh, you have it, the blue, it is a miss, yeah.
Did I hit
Sorry,
the blue?
yeah. Yeah, the blue's rocked when you played it.
Let's have a look. What did he hit the blue with the white or the Q? Let's have a look. It was the,
You want it back, yeah? Okay. Just give me that blue, please, Leo. And the yellow.
it's going to be difficult to replace these, you know. It's going to be very difficult to get these absolutely right.
Yeah?
It looked as if he just caught it with a cue.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Here the cue, we see it coming down on the white. He caught it with the cue.
That way?
Yeah, this is where it's very tricky to get them absolutely spot on. In fact, I would change my shot. I would play the yellow. I'd come off the baulk cushion and try and hit the yellow that way. Well, let's have a look. That's the original position there, and where are they now? They're, yeah, but a fraction can make such a difference here.
Don't they? Bit more to you.
Yeah, he's making it more difficult for himself, is Gary here.
It's not quite touching, wasn't it?
It's easier, just move the blue slightly forward.
Okay.
You see, I'd be tempted to go that way and hit the yellow. So is he playing the swerve shot again? It's a tricky one to get back. I knew it was always going to be difficult.
Yeah, I know. It's just getting it where it was.
Well, this Crucible crowd are really getting their money's worth, Dennis, aren't they? This is real drama.
And Gary's making the shot more difficult for himself.
Still a fraction of the blue. Oh, but
A bit nearer the blue.
it's too easy. White towards you.
It's only minuscule, but it makes such a vast difference. But he did hit the cushion first and did hit the yellow, but it was the cue that fouled the blue. And the white might just be rocking a little bit there. See, you can see the white just moving slightly.
A bit more gap, but I think you've got the same amount of cushion there. Yeah? You okay,
Yeah.
Luca? Yeah?
Everybody's happy, and let's see if he can keep the cue from hitting the blue. He settled for that. Great sportsmanship there. He made the shot more difficult for himself. Well, the pink is going to come to his rescue, is it? Or is there a path past the pink? I don't think there is. No. If you're playing an exhibition, you come off the side cushion and try and pot this yellow. It's not an exhibition. He still tried it though. Boy, he didn't want that yellow to drop in, but I'm saying that he might be able to see past the pink. Well, all sorts of drama, the bottles flying all over the place. Crucible nerves everywhere. Dear me. What'll happen next? He can swerve around the pink and pot this. Just got to be careful. I don't think the in-off's on to the corner pocket. All right, a little swerve shot. I think he'd come around onto the green if he pots this. Oh, too much. Oh, that's just adrenaline.
Foul. And a miss.
Well, what's going to happen next?
Luca Brecel full.
He's sitting there thinking, as Harry, and he's thinking, oh, I could have been in the next round. Longest frame of the match. High drama. Is he on the green? He certainly is.
Two. Fine.
Just needs the brown. And Luca Brecel is still in this year's World Championship.
9.
I'm just wondering how much this will take out of Gary Wilson, because he had a great chance to win the match there. But as it is, the Belgian bullet keeps himself in this year's World Championship. It's now 9-8 to Gary Wilson, all to play for still. In fact, they're taking the players off. They're going to have to come back this evening.
Yes, they will take them off just now, because the evening session begins very shortly at 7 o'clock. So the first available table this evening, then those guys will go back out there to fight it out. Never an ideal situation, but you could palpably feel the tension. We're just across the road there. It was getting very, very hot out there, wasn't it, Steve?
Yes, Gary Wilson really blew that chance. He looked under pressure there, so I think he'd be delighted to come off. He's now got so effectively 2 fresh cracks at the cherry, whereas I think Luca Brecel would have rather have just carried on now because he felt he had his opponent under pressure.
Well, Gary Wilson has played superbly to get himself into a position to get across the line, winning, what, 4 frames in a row. And it would have been lovely for him from a Wall's End perspective. I'm sure everybody there is cheering him on. But how do you feel that the break, the enforced break at this point in the match is going to affect things, Stephen?
Well, Luca Brecel may be able to go to the practice table now, work on his long potting, because that's left him completely. His timing's just gone. As Steve said, it could help Gary just a chance to get over that frame, because he made some pretty strange shot choices, had great chances, 4 or 5 chances to win that match there. So, you know, how that affects him remains to be seen. But the pressure was just mounting. Both players were just... I mean, it's good to watch. It's punishment.
It is. It's absolutely amazing. Now, let me just remind you what's been happening in the earlier match. They had the arena to themselves because Shaun Murphy wrapped up a 9-0 session whitewash over Liu Honghao of China, which included 4 centuries, 3 in the first 4 frames, actually, including a 1-3-8. That was a 1-2-3. As he finished off the session. Extraordinary stuff from him. And he comes back tomorrow morning trying to inflict another whitewash. In fact, we haven't had one of those for 27 years, and it could be Neil Robertson who gets the first of them, because he's up against Neil Georgiou this evening trying to finish off. He just needs 1 as well for that. We've also got Stephen Maguire up against Chinese newcomer Tian Pengfei, and it's Pengfei who leads 5-4 into their final session. Don't forget the highlights tonight with Sima. And it's an afternoon when the magician has conjured a ton fest. But would Gary Wilson still be able to make our first seed disappear from the Crucible? We'll find out later tonight. Thanks for your company. Bye.